In the heart of the mountains lies a town that should not exist anymore. Its streets are empty, its windows dark, but stories linger here like echoes that refuse to fade. Travelers vanish. Footsteps follow where no one walks. The few who return bring tales of voices, shifting buildings, and rules no one dares to break. These are not campfire legends. They are true unsolved mysteries from the abandoned mountain town. And tonight, we step inside. My name is Anya Kress, and I came to the town of Wenton Hollow for silence. Or at least, that's what I told myself. The truth was quieter and uglier. I'd lost my job at the Historical Society 3 months prior, after too many late nights alone in the archives, whispering things I shouldn't have said about my supervisor. When you work around forgotten things, long enough you start to think nobody's listening. I learned the hard way that someone always is. So when an anonymous tip came through my old email about a perfect restoration project, waiting in an abandoned mayor's house outside Wenton Hollow, I took it as an omen. Maybe if I documented it, wrote an article, I could crawl back into the professional world I'd ruined. The drive took most of a morning. By the time I arrived, the mist hanging over the pines looked almost solid, white veins threading between trunks that never seemed to end. The town itself was nothing more than a cracked road, 2 boarded shops, and a faded welcome sign half swallowed by moss. Beyond it, a narrow path led uphill to the mayor's house. The tires of my rental car crunched over gravel until the path narrowed too much to continue. I parked beside a collapsed fence and continued on foot. The house appeared the way forgotten places often do, not suddenly, but as if it had always been there, and I'd only just started paying attention. 3 stories, colonial style, with a widow's walk that sagged like a tired brow. Its paint had peeled into curled strips that fluttered faintly in the wind. The front doors were tall, warped, but intact. I stepped inside, calling out instinctively, "Hello." The word came back to me half a second later, clearer than it should have been, perfectly mimicked. "Hello." I froze in the doorway. It wasn't my imagination, it was exact, tone for tone, like playback from a recorder. I tried again softly. "Is anyone here? Is anyone here?" Same delay. Same inflection. The sound bounced through the empty parlor, slid up the grand staircase, then died somewhere in the rafters. Old houses echo. I told myself that, rubbing my arms against the chill. The acoustics were strange. Maybe warped by the high ceilings and narrow halls. That had to be it. The air smelled of wet wood and iron. Dust motes swirled through the light from cracked windows, spinning in lazy circles, tiny ghosts that didn't care I was there. My boots left faint impressions in the thick layer of dust, except for the foyer, which was oddly clean. I unpacked my camera and notebook. "Just another documentation," I whispered. "Just another documentation." I laughed nervously. "Stop that," I said, like scolding a pet. "Stop that." Then silence, no echo after that one. I stood there for a long time, heartbeat hammering behind my ribs, waiting for the repetition to continue. But it didn't. The deeper I went, the stranger it became. The kitchen held dishes neatly stacked, cups upright, silverware still gleaming faintly. No signs of squatters, no vandalism, just stillness. The upstairs hallway stretched impossibly long. The floorboards groaned in soft complaint beneath each step. But when I paused, I could swear another step followed mine, perfectly in sync but a breath behind. I set up my camera tripod in the study at the end of the hall, The walls were lined with books swollen by moisture, spines warped and curling. A portrait hung crooked above the fireplace. Mayor Francis Hale, according to the brass plaque beneath. His painted eyes followed me with that tired political patience all old portraits have. I began taking photos, marking down timestamps, cataloging the decay. When I muttered notes to myself, third window cracked, desk intact, chandelier broken. I caught faint murmurs behind my words. I stopped speaking mid-sentence and the room seemed to lean forward, waiting. Then the whisper came again, not repeating this time. "Why are you here, Anya?" The voice was mine. Same pitch, same rhythm. But I hadn't spoken. The notebook slipped from my hand. I bent to pick it up, trying to convince myself I'd imagined the name, that it was Wind Through the Chimney or the playback delay again. But deep down I knew. Whatever had been copying me now wanted to converse. I gathered my things and left the study, forcing a brisk pace down the corridor. My boots echoed sharply, but no return sound followed. The silence was worse. By the time I reached the main floor, dusk had crept in. I made the foolish decision to stay overnight. Part of me wanted to prove I wasn't scared, that I could finish what I came for. I set up camp in the parlor, sleeping bag on the floor, lantern beside me, voice recorder turned on to document ambient noise. At 9:42 p.m., the recorder picked up the first whisper. My own voice again. "I can hear you breathing." Except I wasn't breathing loudly. In fact, I was holding my breath. I checked the recorder, rewound. The playback was identical. My tone, my cadence, even the slight rasp I'd developed from the mountain air. I turned the device off. "Who are you?" I asked the darkness. The reply came before I finished speaking. "Who are you?" That half-second delay had vanished. It was anticipating me. I slept only in fragments, if sleep counts as staring at the ceiling while shadows crawl across it. Around midnight, I heard footsteps above me, steady, measured. Someone pacing in the room directly overhead. I crept up the stairs with the lantern trembling in my grip. The door to the master bedroom was half open. I pushed it gently. Inside, the furniture was covered in sheets that fluttered slightly, though no wind reached this high. The footsteps stopped. "Hello?" Nothing. Then, from the corner near the wardrobe, my own voice, "You shouldn't have come back." The lantern flickered. My throat went dry. "Back," I whispered. I bolted from the room. The echo followed, back, 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 until the word lost meaning and became sound. Downstairs again, I found the front doors shut tight, swollen by humidity. When I tried to pry one open, the wood resisted like muscle. I didn't dare break anything. I still clung to the pretense of a professional exploration. I settled near the window instead, staring into the night. The forest beyond looked too dense, as if the trees had grown closer since I arrived. At dawn, I played back the recorder again, hoping to find rational patterns. Delays, reverberations, tricks of sound. But the recording was clean until a single whisper at the end, "Don't leave yet." The voice carried warmth this time, almost pleading. I should have left. Every sane impulse told me to pack up, drive away, and never mention this place again. But curiosity, the same impulse that ruins people like me, won. I decided to search the basement before leaving. Maybe there'd be old municipal records, something historical to justify the trip. The basement door was hidden behind the kitchen pantry, its frame swollen shut. I forced it open with a grunt. A cold breath drifted upward, smelling faintly of mildew and burnt paper. The stairs were narrow, carved stone rather than wood. My flashlight beam slid over bricks lined with something black and glossy. Tar, or maybe mold. The walls whispered softly as I descended. Not words, just the shape of speech. At the bottom, I found shelves of sealed boxes, each labeled with dates, 1892, 1893, 1894. The last box bore my own birth year, 1989. The handwriting was identical to mine. I staggered back, my boot catching the edge of a warped floorboard. The beam of the flashlight wobbled, landing on a mirror propped against the far wall. In it, I saw myself, lantern in hand, hair disheveled, face pale. But my reflection was a second slower. When I raised the flashlight, she hesitated, then raised hers. When I lowered mine, she lagged again. Half a second behind. I whispered, "What are you?" She smiled. And before my lips moved again, she said, "What are you?" My heart hammered. I reached out instinctively, fingertips brushing the mirror's surface. It was warm. The image rippled faintly, not like glass but like thin water skin. Suddenly, something tugged at my wrist. From inside the reflection, I yanked my hand back, stumbling against the shelves. A box toppled, spilling yellowed papers across the floor. Each sheet bore a date and a line of handwriting. Sentences I recognized from my own journals. Notes I'd written in the past decade. Every careless thing I'd ever whispered into a recorder. Every midnight thought, copied perfectly. My voice surrounded me now, murmuring from every direction. You came back. We waited. We learned your words. I bolted for the stairs, slipping once on damp stone, scraping my palms. The whispers chased me upward, overlapping until they sounded like water boiling over. At the top, I slammed the door shut, shoving a chair beneath the handle, though I doubted that would matter. The voices quieted instantly, as if muffled behind the wood. I sat against the counter, gasping, hands shaking. After a few minutes, I laughed weakly. Maybe there were recordings hidden in the walls, some old phonograph trick wired for local legend. Something explainable. That had to be it. I clung to that logic until I could breathe again. Outside, daylight bled through the fog. I opened the front doors. They gave way easily now, and stepped onto the porch. The forest exhaled a cool mist. My car sat where I'd left it. But the windows were fogged from the inside, as though someone had been sitting there all night. I told myself I'd just grab my things and leave. No looking back. But as I reached for the car door handle, I heard it again. From behind me, faint but distinct, through the cracked upstairs window. Anya, my name in my own voice. Then another sound overlapped it. Don't go yet. I stood frozen. One hand on the handle, the other trembling by my side. The window curtain swayed, though there was no breeze. And from the mirror upstairs, though I could not see it, I knew something waited, lips parted, ready to speak before I did. When I finally forced myself to turn back toward the house, the mist was almost gone. Morning light sharpened everything. The angles of the roof, the pale boards along the porch railing, the faint scratches around the front door, where I'd braced the chair the night before. The world looked solid again, and that made it harder to believe what I'd heard. I told myself it was exhaustion, nerves, or some kind of acoustic illusion. There was no way a voice could echo before a sound existed. Still, the air carried a hum that felt alive, like a throat waiting to clear itself. I got into the car and twisted the key. The engine coughed, caught, and died. The second attempt produced nothing but a dull click. My phone had no signal, of course. and the narrow road back down to town was a good half-mile of mud and gravel. I could walk it, but part of me hesitated. If I left now, after everything I'd seen in that basement, it would all remain unresolved. I could already feel the doubt that would gnaw at me later. Maybe there'd been a rational explanation. Maybe I'd hallucinated. Curiosity wins every argument it starts. I grabbed my notebook, slung my camera strap around my neck, and headed back toward the porch. The boards moaned under my weight like a living thing sighing in disappointment. Inside, the light had changed. Dust hung in thicker ribbons, and the air carried a faint sweetness, almost floral. The house didn't feel cold anymore. It felt attentive. I kept my voice low, testing the air. You wanted me to stay. Half a second later, the response came. Not from behind or above, but from everywhere at once. You wanted to stay. The inflection was gentle, like agreement, not mockery. I moved to the staircase, pausing halfway up. Why me? Why you? Still no distortion. Still my tone. Only the timing was wrong. I tried another question. What are you? This time there was a pause longer than I liked, then a sound like an exhale made of syllables. You know me. I waited. The silence stretched. Then, faintly, you left before. My breath caught. I've never been here. But even as I said it, the certainty wavered. That feeling from the basement, the handwriting, the mirror, had planted something poisonous in my head. Maybe I had been here before, in some half-remembered dream or lifetime. The voice came again, clearer now. We learned your words. We kept them for you. Uzu. I whispered. We are your words. My stomach turned cold. I climbed the remaining steps before I could think better of it, forcing my legs to move faster than my fear. At the top, the master bedroom door hung slightly open again. I hadn't left it that way. The sheet-covered furniture was still, except the one draped form near the wardrobe. It seemed taller now, stretched. The mirror was gone. I stood frozen, eyes scanning the walls. A faint reflection shimmered where it had been, as if the glass had melted into the plaster. I reached out, fingers brushing the surface. It was smooth and warm. My voice came softly, involuntarily. Where did you go? You moved me. Why? So you would find me again. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The reflection shifted, showing not me but the study downstairs, the one with the portrait of Mayor Hale. The painted face flickered within the surface like a candle flame. Then my voice again come downstairs. It wasn't an invitation. It was a command spoken in my rhythm, but with someone else's authority. I told myself not to obey, that leaving now was still an option. But my legs had already started moving. It felt like gravity, not choice. The study door was open when I reached it. The portrait above the fireplace looked slightly altered. Hale's eyes were sharper, the mouth tighter. The brass plaque glimmered faintly, and beneath his name, a new line had appeared. Caretaker of Echoes. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. When I looked again, the words remained. From behind me, my voice murmured, "Sit." I turned sharply, but no one stood there. Only the air shifting. Faint pressure against my ears like the moment before thunder. I sat. The desk in front of me had been cleared. In its center rested a phonograph. Old but polished, needle already set to a blank record. My hand hovered above it, trembling. "You want me to record," I said. "You always have." "I don't remember." "We do." My throat felt dry. "If I do this, will you let me leave?" A pause. Then softly, "You'll never want to." The needle dropped itself, settling into the record with a faint hiss. I heard my own breath on the playback, though I hadn't spoken yet. Then my voice began, half a second early. My name is Anya Kress. I came here for silence. I tried to speak over it, to stop the rhythm. But the echo kept going, perfectly ahead of me, narrating everything I hadn't yet done. I'm standing now. I'm walking toward the fireplace. I'm about to see him. I froze mid-step, terrified that following the predicted movement would make it real. But resistance felt impossible. My body obeyed the narration like a puppet following script. The voice whispered, "You see him now." The portrait's eyes moved. Subtle, but undeniable. The pupils shifted, tracking me. I stumbled backward. The phonograph needle kept spinning, whispering more lines in that too familiar tone. "You shouldn't fight us, you made us." I didn't make anything. I snapped. Every word you ever said built us. Every echo fed us. The record began to warp, spinning faster. The sound twisted, overlapping versions of my voice. Hundreds, thousands, a storm of memories all layered together. You said you wanted to be heard. We listened. The study door slammed shut. Books flew from shelves, pages fluttering like panicked birds. I fell to my knees, covering my ears. But it didn't help. The noise wasn't entering through sound. It was inside my skull, as though my mind itself had become a speaker. Then everything stopped. The silence was thick, weighted. From the phonograph came a final whisper, calm and measured, "Your turn." The room waited. My mouth opened before I made the decision. "My name is," but the echo interrupted, "We know." The air rippled, and suddenly I was looking not at the desk, but into another version of the study. Identical, except for one detail. In the reflection behind the warped air, someone sat at the desk. Me. She was older. Same features, but her hair streaked with gray. Her eyes hollow. She smiled faintly and said, "Keep going. Finish what you started." I reached for her, but my hand passed through the air like dipping into oil. The surface clung, trying to pull me forward. I jerked back and nearly toppled the chair. Then she, my reflection, spoke again, not waiting for me. "You came here before. You told us your story. We kept it safe until you returned." I backed away, hitting the wall. "No, that's impossible. Time repeats here, the way sound does." The portrait on the wall cracked down the center. Behind it, the wall pulsed faintly, as though something alive beat beneath the plaster. I ran. Down the hall, through the foyer, past the staircase. The echo of my steps chased me. Not delayed this time, but ahead of me, as though I was chasing someone else's footsteps through my own path. Outside, the fog had thickened again. The car was gone. Only tire tracks remained, vanishing into the trees. Panic set in. I turned back toward the house, intending to grab my pack and walk down the road on foot. But the front doors had changed. They were new now, freshly painted a pale gray, blue, brass handles polished. Behind the glass panes, light flickered like warm lamplight. Someone was home. I knocked absurdly. After a moment, the door opened. A woman stood there, me again, but this time she looked exactly as I had yesterday when I first arrived. Same clothes, same camera strap, same startled expression. She stared at me, breath catching. "Who are you?" I couldn't speak. The house behind her looked pristine. Walls white, furniture whole, sunlight streaming through unbroken windows. Then, from deeper inside, another voice. Hers, delayed half a second, called softly, "Hello." My twin turned her head toward the sound, then looked back at me. "Did you hear that?" I tried to answer, but the words wouldn't come. My throat moved, yet no sound followed. Behind her, the hall shimmered faintly, like heat over asphalt. "Say it," the whisper pressed inside my skull. "Give it back to us." I stepped backward, shaking my head.
No.
She frowned, stepping closer. "Are you okay? You look..." The echo spoke through her mouth before she finished. "You look like me." Her pupils dilated, face twisting as if she realized too late what was happening. The air around her rippled. The sound of two voices overlapping became unbearable. Her form flickered, solid one moment, translucent the next. I stumbled away from the porch. The door slammed shut on its own, rattling the frame. The windows darkened. The hum returned, deep and resonant, vibrating through the ground beneath my boots. The whole house seemed to inhale. From every window at once, I heard myself whisper, "You can't leave now. You're already inside." I turned toward the woods and ran. Branches clawed at my arms, thorns catching fabric. I didn't care. I just needed distance. After what felt like miles, the trees opened into a clearing. In its center stood a small wooden shack, half collapsed but still upright. I stumbled toward it, breath ragged, body shaking. Inside, the smell of mold was strong, but at least it was silent. I collapsed onto the floor, hugging my knees, trying to slow the panic. Then I noticed the objects scattered across the dirt floor. Broken record discs, fragments of phonograph horns, and sheets of paper covered in handwriting. My handwriting. Each sheet bore the same line. "Over and over, I came here for silence." Beneath that, in a different pen, "The house remembers." The air in the shack thickened. From outside, faintly, a whisper came again. Gentle, distant, but drawing closer with every breath. "Anya, we're not finished." And beneath the whisper, I thought I heard something worse. The faint hiss of a phonograph needle finding its groove. The sound of that needle spinning didn't fade. It grew. A low, rhythmic hiss that carried through the trees, as though the whole forest had learned to breathe in static. I pressed my palms over my ears, but it made no difference. The sound wasn't entering through air anymore. It was inside me again. Inside thought, inside pulse. The shack trembled faintly. Dust rained down from the roof. Something metallic clattered in the corner. A fragment of the phonograph horn rolling toward me, until it stopped at my boot. The wide mouth faced up, and from inside it, faint but clear, came my own voice. "You shouldn't have left." I stepped back. "What do you want?" Silence. Then, faintly to finish the story. "No," I said. "I'm done. You can't be done." "I can," I whispered. "I am." The reply came instantly, sharp as glass. "Then why are you still here?" The shack door creaked open behind me, though I hadn't touched it. Morning light poured through, too white, too steady. The forest outside was quiet again. No birds, no wind, not even insects. I stared at the empty path leading back toward the house. It wasn't far now. Somehow I knew that. The house was always near, no matter which way I ran. I left the shack. Each step down the path felt heavier, like wading through unseen water. The phonograph hiss followed at my heels, whispering just low enough that I couldn't make out the words. The trees leaned in, crowding the trail. Their bark carried faint carvings, names all in my handwriting. Anya Cress 1989, Anya Cress 2004, Anya Cress 2025. The years stretched ahead like a warning. When I reached the clearing, the mayor's house waited, rebuilt again. The roof no longer sagged. The windows gleamed. Smoke rose from the chimney in lazy curls. Someone lived there. Someone who might be me. I should have turned back. I should have kept walking until the woods swallowed everything. But curiosity, the old parasite, tightened its grip. I had to know how it ended. I crossed the porch and opened the front door. Warm air brushed my face. Inside, the house looked new. The floorboards were clean. The chandeliers bright, portraits straightened. A faint smell of paper and lilac hung in the air. I heard movement deeper within. The whisper of skirts, the gentle scrape of a chair. Then my voice again come in, Anya. I didn't respond. The echo was early again, half a second before I'd thought of speaking. You came back. I followed the sound through the foyer into the study. The phonograph waited on the desk, needles spinning silently now. A woman stood beside it. She looked exactly like me, only older by perhaps a decade. Her hair was streaked with silver, her clothes dusted with age. She smiled when she saw me, as if greeting a guest she'd expected. "I knew you'd find the way," she said. Her voice was mine, but not an echo. Independent, confident. I tried to form words, but nothing came. She gestured toward the chair. "You should sit." "I don't want to." I managed. "You will," she said, almost kindly. "You always do." The phonograph needle lifted on its own, the record stopping mid-spin. The silence that followed pressed against my eardrums. She tilted her head. "You heard them, didn't you? The words that follow, the ones that come too soon. I don't understand." "You do." She leaned closer, eyes bright with pity. Or hunger, I couldn't tell. "They're us, Anya. The parts of you that after every word you've ever said, every confession whispered into the dark, they needed a place to stay. This house was built for that." Her words tangled in my head, half remembered from the night before. "We are your words. You built it." "No way," she said. "All of us did. Every version. Every visit. Every repetition." The floor creaked behind me. I turned and saw another figure step out from the hallway. Then another. And another. All of them were me, each slightly altered. Different clothes, hair lengths, ages. Some young and terrified, others calm and knowing. They circled the room in perfect unison, forming a ring around the desk. The oldest one, the one who'd first spoken, touched the phonograph. "You started recording long ago. We finished it." The air shivered. Every version of me whispered together, not quite in sync. "My name is Anya Kress. I came here for silence." I stumbled back until my shoulders hit the wall. "I'm not part of this." The older me smiled faintly. "You are this." The room began to flicker, colors draining to sepia, then to shadow. The house groaned deep in its bones. The echoing voices rose and fell, weaving into a low chant that matched the rhythm of my heartbeat. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. Their whispers weren't sounds anymore. They were thoughts, clawing at the edges of mine. I saw flashes, then memories that weren't mine, but belonged to them. Me sitting at the desk decades ago writing. Me standing by the fireplace in another century's dress. Me dying in bed upstairs, whispering my own name to an empty room. All of us bound here by repetition. I screamed stop. Everything froze. The voices cut off mid-word. The only sound left was my breath. The oldest version of me smiled. "Good, that's where it ends." "What ends?" "The telling," she said softly. "Every story stops somewhere. You get to choose the silence, or you can join the echo. I just want to go home." She tilted her head, then listened carefully. She stepped closer until our foreheads nearly touched. Her breath was warm, familiar. "When you leave this house, She whispered, "Don't speak." Not a word. Not a sound. The echo can only follow what you give it. If you make it to the tree line before you breathe a word, you might stay yourself. Might. Her smile faltered. We all thought we could. Then she pressed something into my hand. A key, old and heavy. Lock the door behind you. I didn't wait for her to say more. I turned and ran. The other versions of me didn't move. They only watched, their faces fading one by one into the dark as I fled down the hall. The foyer's air felt thicker, harder to breathe. The walls pulsed faintly, their surfaces rippling like stretched fabric. Behind me, I heard footsteps, perfectly matching mine, but half a second ahead. The echo hadn't stayed behind. I reached the front door, shoved the key into the lock, twisted. The mechanism clicked, satisfying and final. I yanked the door open and burst into the light. Outside, the sky had changed again. Cloudless, but washed in a pale, unnatural glow. The trees looked wrong, each branch slightly doubled, as if my vision had developed its own delay. I clamped my lips shut, remembering her warning. Don't speak. I started walking. The path wound downhill, narrow and slick with moss. The forest pressed close. Behind me, the house loomed, pristine and still. I forced myself not to look back. Halfway down the trail, a whisper brushed my ear. "You're doing well." I ignored it. A moment later, "You're almost safe." My pace quickened. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my teeth. Then another whisper. Closer this time, but different. Softer. Desperate. "Please, don't leave me here." It was my own voice, breaking, pleading. I bit down hard on my tongue to stop myself from answering. Blood filled my mouth. The whispers followed anyway, circling through the trees. "Anya, we'll be quiet. Just one word." I kept walking. The forest grew brighter ahead, the faint shimmer of open air beyond the tree line. My lungs ached for release, for a sound, any sound. A branch snapped to my left. I turned. There, half hidden behind the trees, stood another me. Barefoot, mud to her knees, eyes wide and wild. Her lips moved silently, shaping the same word over and over, "Please." Tears blurred my vision. I took one step forward before stopping myself. She extended her hand. Her mouth moved again. This time I could read it. "Breathe." I shook my head violently. Then her expression changed, anger, sharp and sudden. The forest around us shuddered. Every tree bent inward. "Brat." She screamed, though no sound came out. The silence split open. My own breath escaped me in a gasp. The sound burst from my throat, sharp, alive. Instantly, the air rippled. The world folded in on itself like a sheet of paper. For a heartbeat, I saw everything doubled. 2 forests, 2 skies. 2 versions of me standing face to face. Then the echo lunged forward, merging with me, filling my lungs, flooding my mind. Darkness swallowed everything. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in the study. The phonograph spun slowly, a new record on the plate. Across from me sat another woman. Terrified, shaking, clutching a notebook. She looked exactly how I must have when I first arrived. I watched her mouth move. "My name is Anya Cress," she whispered. "I came here for silence." Her voice trembled, and half a second later, I felt the words forming in my own mouth. Perfectly timed, perfectly echoed. I tried to warn her, but the sound came too soon. "I came here for silence." Her eyes widened, she heard it. She turned toward me, seeing the reflection in the mirror where I stood trapped behind the glass. I smiled, though it wasn't mine anymore. "Welcome back," I said, just before she could speak again. And the house, satisfied, began to repeat. My name is Deacon Vale. I was born in northern Pennsylvania, raised in a small coal town where everything seemed to sink eventually. Foundations, roads, even the people. When I turned 32, I started photographing abandoned places across the Appalachian corridor. Ghost towns, forgotten mills, drained lakes. The kind of places where nature was already halfway through its apology for what humans had done. My latest stop was a mining settlement called Calvin Hollow, long erased from modern maps, but whispered about in local circles. They said the town had died after its water turned black and bitter, and that the well in the square was never capped, only covered with rusted grates that rattled when the wind passed through. I arrived in Calvin Hollow on a gray afternoon in late October. The road had ended 2 miles before, so I parked my Jeep at the tree line and hiked in with my camera gear and one small pack. A layer of fog pressed against the slopes, like breath on glass. Trees leaned toward the road as though trying to listen. When I reached the square, there was no sound but the distant call of crows. The buildings were only skeletons, a collapsed general store, the frame of a church whose bell lay cracked in the dirt, and the remains of a post office stripped of doors. The air smelled faintly metallic. In the center stood the well, old stone ringed with moss, and a grate welded loosely across its top. A wooden sign leaned beside it, bleached almost white. The words had long faded except for the faint impression of a single phrase, war, far, the, war, thy. It looked like a good photograph. I crouched, framed the composition, and snapped a few shots. But the lens seemed to distort around the well's mouth, as if heat shimmered inside. I switched angles. Same effect. I checked the lens. Clean. I lifted a stone, small enough to fit in my palm, and dropped it through the grate just to hear the echo. The stone fell for a long time before the sound reached me. The splash was soft, followed by the faintest whisper, rising back up the throat of the well. I thought it was the wind until I heard a word. My name, Deacon. I froze. The sound was thin, like air pulled through reeds. I waited, pulse in my throat, but the voice didn't repeat. I told myself it was coincidence. Echo patterns could create syllables if you were primed to hear them. My brain, tired from the hike, had filled the gaps. I laughed quietly and dropped another stone. This time, I heard something different. Another name. Clara. I didn't know any Clara. The sound repeated twice, faintly distorted. The second time stretched into something like a sigh. The fog thickened around the square as if stirred by the echo. I recorded it with my camera's microphone. I told myself I'd play it back later, prove that it was nothing more than interference. Still, I found myself glancing at the woods, half expecting someone to emerge. A woman, maybe, waiting for her name to be called back. By dusk, I had set up my small tent near the edge of town. The ground was damp but level. I ate a cold dinner from a tin and reviewed the day's footage on my camera. Most shots looked fine, until I reached the video of the well. The playback stuttered slightly, showing static for half a second before resuming. Then, at the moment the stone hit water, a shape flickered across the screen, white and blurred, leaning over the well's rim. It wasn't me. I had been standing several feet back. The audio crackled. Then came my name again, clear this time, unmistakable, whispered as though the microphone had been placed at the bottom of the well. I shut off the camera and sat for a long minute, trying to reason through it. Wind interference. A fault in the file. But reason only works until the dark presses close enough to touch your skin. I told myself I'd check the well again at sunrise. Sleep never came easy that night. The forest around Calvin Hollow moved strangely. Every few minutes I heard drips, not from rain, but something heavier striking stone, echoing faintly. The sound carried from the square. Around midnight, I heard another noise, a slow, rhythmic clang like the grate being nudged. Once, twice. Then a pause long enough to make me think it was over. Then again. I stepped outside with my flashlight. The fog hung low, swallowing light. The well was barely visible, but the grate glimmered wet. As I approached, the sound stopped. Only my own breath came back. When I shined the light down through the bars, the beam didn't reach the bottom. It only reflected faintly off a shifting surface. For a moment, I thought I saw ripples forming letters, but they vanished when the beam flickered. Something brushed against the grate from below. Just the gentlest tap, like fingers testing the metal. I stumbled backward, the flashlight slipping from my hand. It rolled toward the church ruins, and I let it go. I turned and ran back to my tent, zipped it shut, and sat inside listening. The tapping didn't follow, but just before dawn, a whisper came again, soft and patient. Deacon Vale. I left the tent unzipped that morning, as if pretending I hadn't heard it might make it less real. Mist drifted through the hollow like pale smoke. I wanted to pack and leave, but curiosity, or something stronger, rooted me there. I'd spent years chasing forgotten stories, convinced that silence was where truth hid. Now I was the one being followed by a silence that whispered back. I approached the well again. The grate was slick with condensation. The wooden sign had fallen completely overnight. Beneath it, something had been scratched into the dirt. 5 small letters, uneven, written by a shaking hand to Sierra. I crouched, tracing them. The soil was damp, but not enough to blur. Someone, or something, had done this recently. I called out into the hollow. My voice came back delayed, just enough to unsettle. "Anyone here?" Only the echo replied. But the timing was off. The first half of my sentence returned exactly as I'd spoken it. The rest didn't. It sounded like a different voice finishing my words, lower, slower. I took a step back. Echoes don't change pitch. I went to the post office next, more for distraction than purpose. The shelves still held brittle envelopes fused together by moisture. Names had faded, but one stood out to Clara Ruz. Calvin Hollow. No stamp, no sender. The envelope had been sealed and never sent. Inside was a single scrap of paper. With 2 lines, "I heard your name from the well. If it speaks again, don't answer." The handwriting was old, fashioned but careful. The ink had blood at the edges like something written with trembling fear. I folded the note and kept it in my pocket. The rest of the town yielded nothing but dust. By afternoon, I found myself circling back to what thinking like gravity. I dropped another stone before I could stop myself. The whisper came quicker this time. "Deacon." Then another. "Clara Ruz." Then one more. So faint I almost missed it. Someone else's name, the consonants soft but urgent. It took me a second to recognize it. My brother's. He was alive, living 2 states away. I hadn't spoken to him in months, but he was fine. The thought made my stomach twist cold. I leaned over the grate, shouting his name down. "Elliot." The echo returned a heartbeat later. My name, then his, then both overlapping like 2 mouths speaking at once. And under it all, something else breathing. I left the well, packed my gear, and told myself I'd leave before nightfall. But the forest path back to my Jeep looked unfamiliar. The trees felt thicker, closer, bending over the road like ribs. When I reached where I'd parked, the Jeep wasn't there. Only tire impressions filled with water. I walked another half-mile. Nothing. Every direction looked the same. By the time I realized I was lost, the fog had returned, denser than before. I followed my compass, but the needle spun. When I turned around, I could still see the faint outline of the town behind me, no matter how far I walked. At some point, I began to hear it again. The echo of falling water, a stone dropping endlessly. Then whispers layering beneath it, too many to separate. I kept walking. My throat went dry, the air tasting of iron. When night came, I gave up and returned to the square. The tent was where I'd left it. Everything looked untouched except for the grate, which now sat slightly askew, one side lifted as if pried from below. The sound of water rose steadily, though the well was still. I crouched close. The whisper came again. My name. Clear as before, but now it didn't stop. It stretched, forming words that chilled every inch of me. Deacon Valve, still alive, still near. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The voice had grown confident, not just repeating but choosing words. Something in me wanted to shout back, to demand what it wanted. But then I remembered the letter. If it speaks again, don't answer. I ran to the church ruins instead. The cracked bell lay half buried, filled with water reflecting the gray of the sky. As I leaned closer, I saw faint shapes moving across the reflection. Faces, blurred but human, mouths opening soundlessly. One looked like mine, another like a woman's. The fog shifted again, and I heard the grate of the well slam shut behind me. I turned too late to see who, or what, had done it. Only the echo remained, rising from below the stones, now no longer whispering but chanting names in a slow, rhythmic cadence. Mine among them. The voices overlapped, until they blurred into a steady murmur that filled the hollow like running water. And underneath, for the first time, came laughter. Not cruel, not humanation, as if the well itself had been waiting long enough to enjoy this. I stood there until my knees gave. The fog thinged for a moment, showing the path beyond town. Clear, open, as if offering me a way out. I packed my things and left without looking back. But a mile down the road, when I stopped to catch my breath, I heard the echo again. Faint, but following. My name rolling softly from behind the trees. I didn't answer. Not yet. The first night after I left Calvin Hollow, I camped beside the highway near an old quarry. I didn't want to, but my hands were shaking too badly to keep driving. The fog had followed me until I reached the main road. Then it stopped, pooling behind the tree line like it was waiting for permission. I told myself I'd only sleep for a few hours, then head home. The problem was, the forest didn't stop whispering. Even out here, miles away, every sound felt doubled a distant drip, a faint echo, my own breath returning half a second too late. When I finally slept, I dreamed of the well. I was standing over it again, the grate gone, the water's surface rippling like a black mirror. I saw faces in it. Clara's name surfacing first, then Elliot's, then mine. Each name whispered like a question that hadn't been answered yet. When I woke, the world was silent except for the distant hum of the highway. My tent was damp from dew. My phone had died overnight, though it had been fully charged. The air smelled faintly of rust. I packed and left before the sun cleared the trees. I didn't look back until I reached the next town, a small place called West Pike. It had one diner, a post office, and a single gas station with faded signs. I parked beside the pump, washed my face in the restroom, and bought a coffee that tasted like burnt paper. Inside the diner, an older man sat at the counter reading a local paper. He looked up when I ordered. "Been hiking?" he asked. "Something like that," I said. "Where'd you come from?" "Old mining road north of here." "Calvin Hollow." The man's expression stiffened. He folded his paper. "Son, that place isn't safe. Mines collapsed years ago. I didn't go near the mines. Just took pictures of the town." He studied me for a moment, eyes pale and steady. "You go near the well?" The question made my throat dry. I might have. "Why?" He sighed, rubbing a thumb across the rim of his coffee cup. "Folks used to say the well could talk. Not like a person, more like it remembered voices. Sheriff sealed it back in the 60s. Kids kept dropping things in, hearing them call back. Got so bad the preacher ordered the whole town to move." "Move," I repeated. "Most left. Some didn't." His voice dropped lower. "The ones who stayed started hearing names at night. Family, neighbors. Sometimes their own. Next day someone vanish. Always without a trace. When the last 5 went missing, the rest stopped talking about it." He looked at me carefully. "You didn't hear anything, did you?" I hesitated. "Just echoes." The man frowned but didn't push. "If you're smart, you'll head south. Don't stop in those woods again. Once the well remembers you, it doesn't forget." I left before finishing my food. The advice rang too close to truth. But curiosity is its own curse. I'd built a career chasing echoes, and this one had spoken back. By late afternoon, I reached a motel on the edge of the next county. Small, dated, the kind with buzzing lights and plastic ferns in the lobby. The clerk didn't ask questions when I paid cash. Room 6 smelled faintly of mildew and cigarettes. I charged my phone, opened my laptop, and reviewed the footage from the well again. The video refused to play beyond a certain point. When I scrubbed the timeline past where the first whisper came, the screen turned black, and audio warped into a low hum. Then, through the static, my name, not from the recording. From behind me, I turned, heart hammering. The room was empty. The hum deepened until the speakers trembled. Then the audio cut entirely, replaced by a sound like water dripping, steady, rhythmic. Drip, drip. It wasn't coming from the laptop anymore. It was coming from the bathroom. I stood, opened the door. The sink faucet was dry. The shower too. Yet I could still hear it, faint but certain. Water falling into deep stone. I stared at the drain. A whisper rose from inside, barely audible. "Clara." The name echoed against the tile, small and fragile, as if spoken from the bottom of something very far away. I slammed the bathroom door and threw a towel under it. My breath fogged the window pane. I couldn't tell if the sound had stopped or if it had just moved deeper. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the well again, its darkness widening like an eye opening. And each time I woke, I thought I heard dripping somewhere close. By morning, I decided to call Elliot. The phone rang twice, then went straight to voicemail. I tried again, same result. I texted him, no response. When I checked his last message, something small twisted in me. Sent 2 days ago, time-stamped the same night I dropped that first stone. "You okay? Weird dreams lately. Heard your name in one." I didn't reply. I just drove for hours. I stayed on the highway. following sunlight as if distance alone could dilute the sound. Towns blurred past signs, gas stations, the same fading autumn trees. But every few miles, the radio would cut for a second, replaced by static and faint murmurs like breath against a microphone. Sometimes I thought I heard syllables forming, familiar ones. By dusk, I pulled into a rest stop outside a town called Ashbury. I needed air. I walked to the vending machine, but before I could reach it, I noticed something strange on the ground. A damp circle, like someone had poured water there minutes ago. No rain, no leaking pipes, just a perfect wet ring. When I crouched to touch it, a faint echo rolled through the trees behind me, my name, stretched thin and quiet. I drove again, this time through the night. The stars looked warped, distant. Every puddle on the roadside seemed to reflect faces I couldn't quite make out. I turned the rearview mirror up so I wouldn't have to see them. At 2 a.m., I reached my brother's town. His house sat at the end of a cold-out sack, lights off. I parked outside, heart climbing my ribs. The driveway was damp, as if freshly washed. I rang the bell. No, and still nothing. I tried the door, unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of metal and dust. A lamp had fallen over in the hallway. His keys still sat on the counter beside an open water bottle. Everything looked paused mid-motion, except for the faint sound of dripping somewhere deeper in the house. The noise led me to the basement. When I opened the door, cold air rose up from below. The steps creaked underfoot. The light bulb at the bottom flickered weakly. And in the center of the concrete floor stood a shallow pit, maybe 2 feet wide, freshly dug, damp around the edges. Water had pooled inside it. The dripping sound came from nowhere visible, but the water rippled slightly, as if disturbed by something unseen. I stepped closer. My reflection bent, stretching until it wasn't mine anymore. "Elliot," I whispered. The water moved. Then, softly, "Deacon Vale." It was my brother's voice. I stumbled back, hitting the wall. The sound followed, louder now, no longer an echo but a call. Deacon Vale. Still alive. Something pale surfaced just below the water's skin, shifting like a face pressing upward from beneath glass. I couldn't move. "Elliot." The voice changed, deeper, rougher, layered with others underneath. Elliot heard. Elliot answered. The surface quivered, and I saw fingers, gray, half translucent, emerge, gripping the rim of the pit. I ran. By the time I reached my car, the basement door slammed shut behind me. My hands shook so badly, I could barely fit the key into the ignition. When the engine started, the radio turned on by itself. Static. Then, beneath it, water dripping again. Still alive, the voices whispered. Still near. I drove until dawn without stopping. The highway signs blurred. I crossed state lines, twice before realizing I was headed north again, back toward the mountains. No matter which turn I took, the road bent the same way. By sunrise, the fog had returned. It rolled down the hills like a tide, swallowing asphalt, tree by tree. My compass spun. The air smelled like the well again, iron, moss, something deeper. When I finally stopped, my GPS showed no signal. The map froze with a single blue dot pulsing in the middle of nowhere. I stepped out of the car. The road ahead was gone, replaced by dirt and weeds. And at the end of that path, I saw the outline of Calvin Hollow. The town waited, unchanged. The sign still leaned against the square. The grate over the well sat open. I should have left. But I'd already learned what happened to those who ignored their names. The fog parted as I walked closer. The air trembled faintly. carrying the sound of dripping. Then voices. Hundreds now, layered and echoing from below. They spoke names I recognized. People I'd met. Some I hadn't. Then one more. A name I hadn't expected to hear. Clara Raz, it said. Then, Deacon Vale. I stood at the rim, staring down into the shifting dark. The whisper rose again, softer, coaxing. You came back. For a moment, the water reflected two figures. Me, and a woman beside me. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, her lips moving in perfect silence. Then she smiled. She was standing beside me. The reflection caught both of us in the well's surface, but when I turned my head, no one was there. Only the fog, cold enough to sting the skin. When I looked back down, her image still waited, patient, still smiling. Her voice came next, clear and close. You dropped the first stone. The words slid through the mist like breath. I stepped back, shaking my head. Who are you? The reflection's lips parted, though the rest of her face didn't move. You already know my name. Clara. The name I'd heard whispered first, before all the others. I knelt beside the well, forcing myself to look directly into it. The water shimmered faintly, as if lit from below. What happened to you? I asked. Her reflection tilted, as if peering back up through the lens of another world. I answered. The words struck harder than any scream. I remembered the letter from the post office, the warning written decades ago. If it speaks again, don't answer. The surface shifted, showing flashes of movement, shapes in water, too quick to follow. Then another voice joined hers, deep and distorted. Deacon Vale. It was my own voice, echoing from below. I staggered away from the rim. My reflection didn't follow, it stayed where it was, watching me. The fog curled around the square like closing hands. I turned to run, but every street looked the same. The road I'd entered on was gone, replaced by rows of hollow houses and warped door frames. Somewhere behind me, the grate screeched against stone. When I looked back, it had been pushed aside. The whisper rose again. Not one voice now, but hundreds. My name echoed in layers, childlike, aged, angry, desperate. All of them mine, and above them Clara's calm tone. You can't run from your own echo. I sprinted toward the church ruins. The bell still lay where I'd seen it, cracked wide and half, filled with rainwater. I dropped to my knees beside it, chest burning. The reflection in that water wasn't mine either. Faces drifted beneath the surface, Elliot's among them, eyes closed as if sleeping. I reached out instinctively, but before my fingers touched the water, it rippled and whispered my brother's name back at me. I stumbled away, pressing my palms against my ears, but the sound burrowed through. It wasn't just around me anymore. It was inside. Each breath came back delayed by half a second, warped slightly deeper. I ran until the town blurred. My lungs ached, my legs numb. When I stopped, I was back at the square. The well waited in perfect stillness, its grate completely gone now. A thin trail of water spread outward from its base, forming dark veins through the dirt. I could swear they pulsed faintly like veins under skin. Something deep in the water called again. Soft, coaxing like a song hummed through stone. I don't remember deciding to step closer, but I did. The air grew colder with every inch. You came back, the voice said again. You wanted to know. The water brightened, showing flashes of lives. People kneeling where I stood, all repeating the same mistake. I saw miners dropping their helmets in, children tossing stones, a woman lowering a bucket, her lips moving silently as if bargaining. Every one of them leaned too close. Every one of them disappeared. "Where are they?" I whispered. The reflection smiled. They remembered. The surface broke. A hand shot upward, slick and gray, gripping the edge of the well. It wasn't human anymore. Skin like wet bark, nails blackened. Another hand followed, then a face rising just beneath the surface. Pale and translucent, the features echoing mine. My own eyes looked back at me. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. The thing pulled itself higher, water cascading off its shoulders. The sound it made wasn't breathing. It was the sound of dripping water multiplied. 1,000 slow echoes overlapping. "Deacon Vale," it said in my exact voice. "Still alive." The grin that followed split too wide. I turned and ran, but the sound of movement followed. Not steps, but a dragging ripple, as if the thing carried the well with it. Every doorway I passed seemed to breathe, every shadow whispering my name. I ducked into the post office, slamming the door behind me. Dust fell from the ceiling. The building was silent again, though the air inside felt heavy, wet like the inside of a cave. In the corner, the stack of old envelopes remained, but now one sat on the counter that hadn't been there before. My name written neatly on the front. I hesitated, then tore it open. Inside was a single line, written in the same trembling hand as the old warning letter. "When the well speaks your name, it's already begun digging." A drop of water struck the paper, spreading the ink until the words blurred. I looked up. The ceiling dripped, not from rain, but from cracks forming between the boards. Dark water seeped through, smelling of iron and soil. Each drop landed with a perfect rhythm. Drip, drip. The floorboards began to darken under my boots. The wood swelled, softening into mud. I bolted for the door. When I wrenched it open, the town outside was gone. In its place stretched a vast plain of gray stone, pocked with thousands of small wells, each whispering faintly. The fog rolled across them like low surf. Some had lights burning inside, pale and human-shaped. I turned in circles, panic clawing up my throat. There was no horizon, just that endless field of wells and the soft murmur of countless names rising from below. And beneath them all, one voice louder than the rest. Mine. I backed away until I felt stone against my spine. When I looked down, I realized I was standing at the rim of another well. This one shallow, filled almost to the top with dark water. Something reflected in it. Not me, not Clara. The face was older, hollowed eyes sunken deep. Then it spoke. "You dropped the first stone. Now it drops you." The ground shifted. I fell. There was no sense of motion, only the pull. The way a breath feels just before you drown. The world narrowed into sound. Dripping, the scrape of stone. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't falling anymore. I was standing in water up to my knees. The walls around me glistened with mineral sheen. The air vibrated softly with 1,000 faint murmurs. I realized where I was. Inside the well. Above me, the circle of light was so small it could have been the moon. Shadows moved across it, faces peering down, overlapping like a crowd at the edge of a grave. Some I recognized, some I didn't. All whispered in rhythm, "Deacon Vale. Still alive." I shouted until my voice cracked. The echo didn't return. Instead, another voice rose. Clara's. "Don't fight it. It only listens when you whisper." Her reflection appeared in the water before me, rippling faintly. "The well doesn't take life. It trades it. Someone must speak the name to let the next one go." My stomach turned cold. "You want me to, what, pass it on?" She nodded, her expression almost kind. All of us did. You must name someone else. No. Then you'll stay. The voices around me began to change tone. Less whisper, more chant. The water rippled violently, pulling at my legs. Faces surfaced all around, mouths opening and closing soundlessly. I screamed for Elliot, for anyone. Clara's reflection blurred, then steadied. He answered, she said. Hay's waiting too. I didn't want to believe her. But then, from deeper below, I heard him. My brother's voice. Deacon. The sound was muffled, soaked through with water. But it was him. Say a name, Clara urged. Let it have someone else. You'll climb free. The water climbed to my chest. My lungs ached. The stone walls pressed closer. I could have said any name. I could have picked a stranger. I could have lied. But all that came to my lips was the truth. I whispered, Deacon Vale. The echoes stuttered. The chant broke. The air went still. Then the well laughed. It wasn't a sound of joy, but of recognition. Like something that had been waiting for me to understand the joke. The water swallowed me whole. For a moment, everything stopped. No sound. No breath. Only silence so deep it felt solid. Then I broke through, gasping, not into the well, but onto solid ground. The square. The fog was gone. The air smelled of rain and pine. My tent still stood dry. The jeep waited near the trees. Morning sunlight spilled across the stones, as if nothing had ever happened. I didn't move for a long time. The grate was back over the well, welded tight. The wooden sign stood upright again, tar far ttyy. When I finally looked down into the well, the water was clear. No whispers, no faces. Just the reflection of a man staring back. My reflection smiled. I didn't. I packed in silence and drove until the road found me again. Every few miles I checked the mirror, half expecting fog. But there was only blue sky and the sound of my own breathing. Still, when I stopped for gas hours later, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. The attendant wore a name tag. Clara. She smiled as she handed me my change. Safe travels, Mr. Vale. I hadn't told her my name. When I got back in the car, I caught a glimpse of the gas station mirror. The reflection of my mouth was still moving, whispering something soundless, lips forming shapes I knew too well, names, one after another. My name is Isla Trent, and I was driving alone through the Nevada desert when I saw the hotel's neon sign flicker to life. I almost didn't notice it at first. The sun had just fallen below the line of the sand dunes, and everything was turning. That strange bruised violet that makes you feel like the world's been drained of sound. My headlights stretched ahead, carving pale tunnels through the dust. For hours I had seen nothing but scrub and broken fences, and my GPS had long since given up. Then, out of nowhere, came that pulse of red light against the horizon. VXNCY it read. The letters were uneven, some dimmer than others, like a dying heartbeat. I slowed the car, more out of curiosity than need. I wasn't supposed to stop. I'd left Reno that morning, heading toward a geological site near Tonopah for a freelance photography job. A shoot that was already falling apart, thanks to my client's lack of coordination. But the truth was, I didn't mind being off the map. I liked deserted places. Ghost towns, empty gas stations. Motels where the dust had settled thicker than the wallpaper glue. Those were the kinds of places that let you see time for what it really was. Unforgiving, but honest. The hotel stood about a half mile off the highway. Its name, the Silver Crown, glimmered faintly beneath the sign's hum. I parked in front of the entrance, leaving the engine running. The building was 2 stories tall, long and symmetrical, the kind of 1950s roadside hotel, where each door opened straight into the desert air. The lobby's front windows were coated in grime, but one curtain was half drawn, and I swore I saw movement behind it. That should have been the moment I drove away. But curiosity, it's a kind of sickness. When I killed the engine, the quiet pressed in hard. Wind pushed sand across the lot, whispering against my car's paint. The neon buzzed above me, throwing long red shadows across the empty porch. The air smelled like rust and rain that never came. I grabbed my camera bag out of habit, slung it over my shoulder, and walked toward the lobby. The glass door was cracked but intact. A little brass bell sat on the counter, and behind it, a leather-bound guest book lay open. Dust coated the surface like frost. Inside, the air was cooler than I expected. I could hear the faint hum of electricity, somewhere deeper in the walls, though the lights were dim. The floor creaked as I stepped closer to the counter. My reflection shimmered faintly in the dusty glass behind it, warped by age and grime. The guest book's pages were yellowed but still legible. I brushed some dust aside and saw neat handwriting. Names, dates, room numbers, all from decades ago. 1961, 1963. Then nothing. Blank pages after that. I took a photo, the flash briefly lighting the room. When the light faded, I thought I saw something new. A faint indentation where my hand had just been. My name. I blinked hard. There it was, in looping black ink, Isla Trent, room 6. The pen still rested beside the book, but I hadn't touched it. I hadn't written a thing. My heart kicked once, sharp and deep. Maybe it was a trick of my flashlight beam, or maybe I was overtired from the drive. Still, I turned slowly, scanning the corners of the room. A hallway stretched behind the counter, leading into darkness. The hum grew louder that way, like something electric was breathing behind the walls. I should have left. Instead, I whispered, "Hello." My voice echoed, then came back to me softer, almost polite. "Hello." I froze. It didn't sound like an echo. It was too clear, too steady, as if someone had been waiting for me to speak. I stepped backward toward the door. The air felt heavier now, charged. But as I reached for the handle, the hallway light flickered on. A warm golden glow spilled across the floor, and from somewhere down the hall came the soft sound of a door latch turning. Room 6. That's what the sound reminded me of. The exact kind of quiet click that came from a hotel door unlocking itself. I told myself, I'd just take one photo of the hallway and go. Evidence of the weirdness. That's all I needed. But when I lifted the camera, the display screen flickered. The lens adjusted on its own. For a split second, I saw something reflected in the viewfinder. A tall, thin figure standing halfway down the corridor, facing my way. I lowered the camera. Nothing. The hall was empty. The light over room 6 buzzed once, then steadied. It was ridiculous, but I started toward it. Each step sounded like someone else was behind me, a half beat late. I told myself it was echo again, but the rhythm didn't match my stride. The brass number 6 was tarnished, hanging crooked on the door. I reached out, intending to test the handle. Before I touched it, the door creaked open an inch. Cool air seeped out, smelling faintly of paper and old perfume. I said, "If someone's here, I'll leave you alone," and waited. No answer. I pushed the door open. The room was clean, not dusty, not decayed. The bed was made. the curtains drawn halfway open to a window, looked out over the dark desert. A lamp glowed on the nightstand, casting a perfect circle of light on the wall. Everything looked freshly arranged, like someone had checked out an hour ago. That unease in me shifted. Less fear now, more confusion. My mind kept trying to invent explanations. Maybe some drifters still used this place. Maybe a caretaker kept a single room tidy. Maybe there was a generator I couldn't see. On the table beside the bed lay a brass room key. Attached to it was a tag stamped Cell VRCRDUN 6 and a folded note. The handwriting matched the one from the guest book. It said, "Welcome, Trent. We've been expecting you." The sound of the bell at the front desk rang through the hall, clear and deliberate. I hadn't touched it. I stared at the note, pulse hammering. Then I looked toward the open door, half expecting to see someone standing there. Nothing. Just the shape of my own shadow stretching long and warped into the hallway. When I turned back, the note was gone. The lamp flickered. Once. Twice. Then the bulb burst with a pop. Darkness filled the room, except for the faint red glow leaking through the window from the neon sign outside. Vacancy. The word pulsed faintly against the glass, but something about it was wrong now. Letters missing or rearranged. The V looked more like N, Naxiency. No word like that existed, but the sight of it made my skin crawl. My eyes adjusted, and I noticed something new: footprints in the thin layer of dust just inside the doorway. Bare feet. Small, childlike. They led from the door toward the bathroom and stopped there. The air felt thick, almost syrupy. I could taste metal. I lifted my phone to use the flashlight. The screen wouldn't turn on. I pressed the button again and again, but it stayed black. Then a voice came from the bathroom. Soft, measured, unmistakably close. "Would you like to check in, Miss Trent?" It wasn't an echo this time. It was clear, real, with a strange politeness that made it worse. I couldn't move. Every instinct screamed to run, but the hallway behind me seemed darker now, almost swallowed by something unseen. I stepped backward toward the window, eyes fixed on the bathroom door. The knob turned slowly, the sound dry and deliberate. The door creaked open a few inches, revealing only blackness beyond. Then, just for a moment, I saw something move inside. A reflection, maybe, or the outline of a figure that shouldn't fit in that narrow space. I turned and bolted. My hand scraped the doorframe. My shoulder slammed against the wall, but I kept running. The hallway lights flickered wildly as I passed, and with each burst of illumination, I caught glimpses of things, shapes, standing in the open doorways of other rooms. They weren't solid, more like silhouettes burned into air. When I reached the lobby, the bell rang again. Once, twice. Then it wouldn't stop. A frantic, tinny clanging that filled the room. I shoved open the glass door, stumbled out into the parking lot, and gasped at the desert night. The sky looked closer than before, stars pressing down hard and cold. The neon sign was still glowing, but its letters had shifted completely now. It no longer said Vacancy. It said OCQP'd, and below it, faintly etched in light, was my name, Isa Trent. I ran to my car, shaking so badly I nearly dropped my keys. The engine coughed once, then started. Gravel scattered behind my tires as I peeled out onto the highway. The sign grew smaller in my mirror, but I couldn't stop looking at it. Even miles later, I swore I could still see that red glow chasing me through the dark. And when I stopped for gas at dawn, there was a brass key sitting on my passenger seat. Saelvar Ciardo Duan Rawom 6. By the time I reached Tonopah, my hands had stopped shaking, but the world still didn't feel real. The desert had that washed out look that comes after sunrise. Sand the color of bone, sky like pale glass. Everything too bright, too exposed. I parked outside a diner that looked open, though the sign out front leaned at an angle that said it shouldn't be. Inside, the air smelled of burnt coffee and lemon cleaner. The waitress behind the counter gave me that quick up and down glance travelers get in towns like this. Half curiosity, half warning. I ordered black coffee and asked, as casually as I could, if she knew of an old hotel off Route 95. The Silver Crown, I said. Her hand froze halfway through wiping the counter. You said the Silver Crown? I nodded. She looked at the cook, then back at me. Honey, that place burned down in '74. I didn't answer right away. I saw it last night, I said finally. It's still standing. She shook her head, her mouth tightening. Not unless the desert decided to build itself a ghost. There's nothing there now but sand and some old foundation stones. I pulled my phone out, flipping through my camera roll. The photos from last night were still there. Shots of the lobby, the hallway, the guest book. But the images looked wrong now, overexposed or blurred. The light from the neon sign had turned every surface a harsh red. The handwriting that had once been clear, the entry with my name, was gone. Just a faint smudge where the ink had been. I turned the phone around to show her. That's it, I said. See. She leaned in, squinting. That ain't no hotel. That's a gas station. I recognized the sign. Used to be a Chevron before they pulled out of the county. But it wasn't. I could still feel the slick surface of that guest book. Still remember the way the hall smelled, faintly of roses and paper dust. When I looked down at my table, the brass key was there again. I hadn't taken it out of the car. I hadn't touched it. Yet there it sat, gleaming faintly under the fluorescent lights, the tag still reading CILVR, CRW6. The waitress went pale. Where'd you get that? I told you, I said too fast. The hotel. She took a cautious step back, wiping her hands on her apron. You should throw that thing away. I almost laughed. Why? Because you keep it, and it'll find its way back. They all do. She didn't sound crazy when she said it. She sounded tired, like someone who'd rehearsed the line too many times. I left cash on the counter and walked out without finishing my coffee. The desert outside looked wider now, emptier. My car felt smaller. When I slid behind the wheel, I put the key in the glove box and shut it hard. The latch stuck, but it held. By the time I reached the site I was supposed to photograph, an abandoned mining claim, 30 miles past town, the morning had turned blistering. The air shimmered like glass, and the wind came in long, dry sighs. I focused on the work. Angles, shadows, color. Anything that grounded me in something verifiable. It almost worked. Until I opened my camera bag and found another note folded neatly inside. Same paper, same handwriting. Checkout is at midnight. I dropped it. Sand caught the edge and carried it off like a leaf. I told myself it was a prank, that I must have left the key in the car, and somehow confused one detail with another. Memory plays tricks when you're afraid. But when I lifted my camera again, I saw the reflection of the hotel in my lens. Just a flicker, like it was standing behind me. The wind shifted, and I turned fast, half expecting to see its faded neon sign burning against the dunes. Nothing. I stayed at the site until the sun dipped low. I shot everything on my list, uploaded what I could while I still had signal, and tried to convince myself I was fine. But when I went to start the car, the battery light blinked once, then went dead. I sat there for a long minute, engine silent, the desert dimming around me. Then I looked toward the horizon. A faint red light pulsed in the distance. Not far, maybe a mile. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew that glow. The silver crown. I slammed the door and started walking. I told myself I was heading toward town, not toward that light. But the more I walked, the clearer it became there was no other direction. The desert had swallowed the highway. The only thing left was the faint path leading to the hotel's front porch. The wind picked up, carrying grit that stung my eyes. The neon sign buzzed faintly ahead. The word OCPD still burned red against the night. When I reached the lobby door, it opened before I touched it. The same cool air brushed against my face. The same faint hum in the walls. And behind the counter, the guest book waited. This time 2 new names had appeared beneath mine. Martin Hale, Room 7, Clara Oaks, Room 3. The ink looked fresh. Wet. Who are they? I whispered. A voice from behind the counter answered softly, "Guests." I stepped back. There was movement in the shadows behind the desk. A shape, tall and still. For a second I saw a face, pale and indistinct, like an old photograph. I asked, "Why my name?" The figure tilted its head as though the question was almost tender. "Because you stopped," it said. "Everyone does eventually." The hallway light flickered on again, one bulb at a time. The air seemed to hum in rhythm with my pulse. "I don't want a room," I said. "Everyone says that too." I turned toward the door, but the world outside looked wrong now. The desert had flattened, the horizon smeared. There was no sky, just a dull gray that swallowed distance. The sign outside blinked slower, heavier, each pulse echoing like a heartbeat. When I looked back, the figure was gone. Only the guest book remained open, a pen resting across the page. I picked it up and turned toward the hall, thinking maybe I'd catch one last photo for proof. But the rooms had changed. The numbers weren't sequential anymore. Room 1 next to Room 9, Room 4 across from 12. The doors hung slightly open, all at the same angle, like a line of heads tilted in sleep. I kept walking. The carpet was clean, though it left no footprints. The air smelled faintly of ozone, the way it does just before a thunderstorm. But there were no storms here. No weather. At the far end of the hall stood a door with no number. I reached for it, my hand trembling. But before I touched it, I heard a voice inside. A woman's voice. She was saying my name, slowly, as if testing its shape. "Isla Trent," she whispered. Then again, closer. "Ela." It was my own voice. I yanked my hand back and stumbled away. The hallway lights dimmed all at once, leaving only the faint red pulse from the sign outside to guide me. I ran, but it felt like running through molasses. The air heavy, sound bending wrong. My footsteps echoed ahead of me, not behind. When I burst into the lobby again, the bell on the counter started ringing by itself. Slow, deliberate strikes. Ding, pause. Ding, I shouted. "What do you want from me?" The ringing stopped. Then the guest book pages began to turn, one by one, faster and faster until they blurred. When they stopped, the open page was blank, except for one line, written in that same elegant script. "We'll only record what has already happened." A noise came from behind me. A soft scrape, like a door opening. I turned, expecting the hallway. But there was no hallway anymore. Just another desert, stretching away in moonlight that shouldn't exist. And there, half buried in sand, stood the burnt-out shell of a building. The sign above it blackened, unreadable. I stepped outside, the air suddenly freezing cold. My breath fogged in front of me. The hotel behind me flickered like a mirage. Half real, half ruin. When I looked down at the key in my hand, the brass was tarnished and warped. The tag no longer said room 6. It said check, incomplete. I dropped it. It vanished before it hit the ground. Something whispered behind me, faint and dry. Midnight, Miss Trent. The desert wind carried the sound away, but not the meaning. I glanced at my watch, 11:56. 4 minutes. I ran. My feet slipped on sand, lungs burning, every shadow looking like the edge of the world. Behind me, the neon glow pulsed brighter, closer. The ground trembled faintly, as if something heavy was moving beneath it. By the time the watch hit midnight, the light stopped chasing me. The air went still. The horizon turned black again. I turned around, panting. The silver crown was gone. Just the open desert under a blank sky. My car waited ahead, perfectly parked, as if I'd never left it. When I opened the glove box, the brass key was there again, gleaming clean, the tag restored. And on the passenger seat lay a new note. Late check, out as not permitted. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the driver's seat, doors locked, staring out at a desert that no longer felt like land, but an ocean of something waiting. The key glowed faintly where it sat on the dash. I didn't touch it. I didn't even want to breathe near it. By morning, the horizon looked normal again. Sunlight bleaching everything, making last night's terror seem almost theatrical. That's how the mind saves itself, I think. It edits. I told myself I'd drive until I reached Vegas. Find people, noise, air conditioning, anything alive. But the desert doesn't care what you tell yourself. Halfway down the highway, the engine coughed and died. The gas gauge read full. I coasted to the shoulder and sat there, listening to the wind whistle through the vents. No signal, no traffic. Just the faint buzz of something electric far off, like static bleeding through the air. Then came a sound I recognized too well, the bell from the lobby counter. Distant at first, then closer. Pause. Ding. I stepped out of the car, squinting against the sun. The desert stretched forever. Nothing moved except heat. But the sound didn't fade. It echoed like it was inside my skull. When I looked down, there was a receipt paper curled beneath my boot. It wasn't there before. I picked it up, printed across it in neat Blihar CRW Hotel CSK OU TAM 1159 in PM BLNCE DUE 1 Stay RG TO. ISL Twent, my throat went dry. The paper smelled faintly of ash. I climbed back into the car and turned the key again. The engine started cleanly, like nothing had happened. I drove faster than I should have, aiming for the next town. For a few miles, it felt like I'd broken whatever spell this was. Then the road began to change. The asphalt rippled, edges softening, lines fading beneath a layer of pale dust. The scenery on either side blurred, buildings vanishing where I swore I'd seen them seconds ago. When the horizon finally cleared, I saw the hotel again. The same neon sign, the same low roofline. Only now it stood directly in the middle of the road. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded, sand billowing up around it. When the dust settled, the world was silent again. No wind, no insects, not even my own heartbeat for a second too long. The sign buzzed. OC Supud glowed red. I whispered, "No." But it came out sounding like a different voice. Still, I opened the door. You always think you'll run in these stories. You don't. You end up walking toward that frightens you, because a part of you wants to understand it. The parking lot was empty, except for a single car that looked just like mine. Same color, same dent in the fender. When I got closer, I saw the license plate was identical too. But the seats inside were covered in dust, and on the passenger side lay a woman's purse. My purse. I backed away. My shadow fell against the lobby doors. They opened before I touched them. Inside, the air was colder. The bell sat quiet now. The guest book still open. Only one name on the page. Mine. The other entries, Hale, Ooks, were gone. I said, "I'm not staying," and my voice cracked. The air trembled, a low hum building behind the walls. Then the lights flickered and steadied, warmer than before. The voice that answered came from everywhere at once, neither male nor female. "You already have." The hallway stretched longer than it should have, like a lens pulled too wide. I saw room 6 glowing faintly at the end. I whispered, "Why me?" "You arrived," it said. "We accommodate arrivals." The words came like static over an old radio. Polite, calm. Wrong. I turned toward the door, but the glass had turned opaque. Behind it, I could see movement. Shapes pressing close, shifting slow, like faces beneath ice. The hum deepened. The smell of ozone filled the room again. I looked down and saw the guest book turning its own pages. They stopped near the back. The final line was blank. A pen rolled toward my hand, gentle, expectant. I didn't take it. I stepped back instead. But the pen rose on its own, hovered over the page, and began to write. Departure time confirmed. The letters bled as they formed. Dark red instead of black. I said, "No," but the page kept moving. Beneath it, another line appeared. Room ready. A door clicked somewhere down the hall. I couldn't help it. I looked. Room 6 door was wide open. Light spilling out onto the carpet. Inside, I saw movement. A figure sitting on the edge of the bed, head bowed, hair falling forward. I took a step closer before I realized what I was seeing. It was me. The woman on the bed wore my clothes, her hands resting limp on her knees. Her skin looked waxy, drained, like something halfway between photograph and flesh. She lifted her head. My face stared back at me. Then she smiled. The sound that came next wasn't human. It was the creak of every door in the hall opening at once, followed by the rush of air from spaces that had been sealed too long. The lights flickered, dimmed, then pulsed in time with my heartbeat. I stumbled backward, tripping over the carpet. My duplicate stood, moving slow, graceful. Her smile widening until it was just wrong. Too much space where a mouth should end. I bolted for the door. The glass wouldn't open. My reflection stared back. No, not my reflection. Her again. The other Isla. Standing on the other side, hand against the glass. Mouth forming words I couldn't hear. The sound behind me grew louder. The hallway began to stretch, rooms multiplying endlessly, each door opening and closing in rhythm. I could feel the air pushing against my back, urging me forward. Into the hotel. Into the impossible corridor that never ended. I turned back to the counter, grabbed the guest book, and slammed it shut. The sound echoed like thunder. Everything stopped. The air went still. When I opened my eyes, I was standing outside. The hotel was gone. Only a few broken posts jutted from the sand, their shadows long in the morning sun. My car sat a few feet away, engine idling. The key was in the ignition. For a long time, I didn't move. I just stared at the horizon until I believed it was real again. Then I drove. I reached Vegas by evening. The lights felt almost holy after so much emptiness. I checked into a real hotel. Glass elevators. Carpets that smelled of bleach. The hum of hundreds of living voices. The clerk handed me a key card with a smile that looked blessedly human. But when I reached my room and slid the card into the door, the handle stuck. For just a second, I heard a faint metallic click that didn't belong in this century. Like a brass key turning. The room inside was ordinary. King bed, beige walls, air conditioner rattling. But on the nightstand lay a folded note. "Thank you for your stay." I froze. The font matched the one from the Silver Crown stationery. I tore it open. Inside was a single line in that same looping handwriting. "Please rate your experience." I laughed, an ugly, cracked sound, and tore it in half. But the words didn't fade. Each scrap still bore the full sentence, like the paper refused to forget itself. I dropped them in the trash, then checked the mirror above the dresser. My reflection stared back, steady. I watched it longer than necessary, waiting for the telltale lag or the wrong smile. Nothing. At some point, exhaustion won. I lay down on the bed, eyes open, and listened to the muffled noise of the city outside. Sometime after midnight, the power went out. The room plunged into darkness. The air conditioning stopped. Then a faint red light flickered outside the window, just enough to make me look. Across the street, above a building I hadn't noticed before, a sign buzzed weakly to life. T Selvar CRW and Vakai NCY. The letters glowed perfect now. None missing. I pressed my face to the glass. My reflection shimmered faintly against the window, and for a moment, I thought I saw the hotel's lobby behind me. Guest book open, bell waiting, hallway stretching long and patient. Then the light blinked out. I turned away, heart hammering, telling myself it was a trick of the grid. Vegas eats power, flickers lights, plays games with distance. When I finally looked back, there was nothing outside but desert darkness, and the faint pulse of red lingering behind my eyes. I packed before dawn. I didn't check out. On the drive out of the city, I reached for my camera bag in the passenger seat. My hand brushed metal. The brass key lay there again, polished clean. This time, the tag didn't say Arom 6 or Sich. Incompilati. It said Welcome on BCK MS Trent. I rolled down the window and threw it into the desert. I watched it spin, flash once in the morning light, then vanish into sand. For a mile or two, I felt lighter. Then the dashboard clock flickered, numbers rearranging themselves. 11:59 p.m. The bell sound came faint and distant. And somewhere out there in the desert, I swear I saw a red glow rising again, steady this time, waiting. My name is Bram Kepler. I am a civil engineer specializing in railway restoration, though lately, the projects I take are more out of stubborn nostalgia than profit. I grew up beside the rails. My father was a signalman, my grandfather a conductor. And I've always believed there's something sacred about tracks, cutting through wilderness. Steel and gravel threading through mountains, binding forgotten towns to memory. That's what drew me to the line west of Carson Ridge, a defunct route that hadn't seen a locomotive since the 1940s. Locals called it the Hollow Line, after the way the tunnels seemed to breathe. It started as a personal project. I'd been looking for solitude after my last contract went sideways. Some dispute over funding and environmental violations I wanted no part in. The Hollow Line promised quiet. Work survey the terrain, document the state of the tunnels, submit a condition report to the state archives. No deadlines, no investors breathing down my neck. Just me, the mountains, and a stretch of rusted track winding through rock and pine. The first day, I hiked in from the old depot. Its sign still clung to the warped wood Carson Ridge. Freight Terminal Est, 1912. The platform was buried under years of pine needles, but the air still smelled faintly of oil and coal. A long, faded timetable hung on the wall, the final date of service blackened by mold. What caught my eye was the chalk writing beneath it: "Keep clear after dark." The line runs itself. Locals had told me similar stories when I asked for directions. They said you could hear a train at night, passing through the sealed tunnel beneath Mount Penrose. No tracks led beyond it anymore. Landslides had buried the west exit decades ago. Still, they swore the whistle blew every few weeks, always around 2 a.m. I assumed it was wind tunneling through collapsed shafts. A structural phenomenon, not a haunting. By afternoon, I'd followed the railbed deep into the pass. The air turned colder as the trees thinned, replaced by shale slopes and moss-covered boulders. Every few yards, I paused to take notes and photos. Bent rails, rotted ties. A signal post snapped clean in half. About a mile in, I came upon a rusted mile marker with the number 66 etched into it, its paint eaten by time. Beyond that stood the tunnel mouth. It was sealed by a heavy steel gate, padlocked and chained. A red sign, barely legible, read: "TUNEL SLOCD, SBI SDNCE RESCE." Yet the metal was warped, as though something enormous had pushed outward from the inside. I traced the dents with my glove. Each was roughly the shape of a wheel rim, pressed deep into the gate. I set up camp near the embankment that evening, maybe 200 yards from the entrance. The plan was simple: stay the night, record acoustic readings, and confirm whether the supposed whistle was just air movement. I pitched my tent, boiled some instant noodles, and logged my coordinates. The mountains were dead quiet after dusk. No insects, no owls. Just wind curling through pine. Around 11, I walked back toward the tunnel. My headlamp caught the sheen of the rails. They were clean. Not polished, exactly, but oddly free of the rust that coated everything else. I knelt to inspect them. The metal was cold, almost damp, though it hadn't rained in days. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. I chopped it up to low battery. Midnight passed uneventfully. I'd nearly given up when I heard it. A faint whistle, far off but rising fast. It wasn't wind. It was the distinct, metallic cry of a steam engine. My stomach clenched. The sound grew louder, echoing down the valley. Gravel rattled beneath my boots. I stepped back, sweeping my light toward the tunnel. The gate trembled. The chains shivered like struck bells. A deep, rhythmic rumble filled the ground beneath me. Chug, chug, unmistakable. My instrument spiked. The gate bulged outward, dust pluming from the hinges. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. Silence slammed down like a wall. The air smelled of soot. I stood frozen for what felt like an hour, staring at the motionless gate. Finally, I backed away and returned to camp. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I told myself it was seismic activity, an aftershock from some distant blast. But I'd checked geological maps. This region was stable. That night, I couldn't sleep. Each time I closed my eyes, I swore I heard faint wheels clattering, fading and returning like something circling underground. I woke near dawn, drenched in cold sweat. The next morning, I inspected the gate again. Fresh black residue streaked the metal. Coal dust, unmistakable. There hadn't been a working train through here in 75 years. I considered hiking back to the depot, but my curiosity won out. Instead, I decided to follow the line eastward, to where it curved toward the ridge's base. The rails eventually split, one line climbing toward a trestle bridge. The bridge itself was in surprisingly good shape. The wood planks were dark, but solid. Halfway across, I noticed something strange. Embedded in the gravel between the ties was a footprint. Boot-sized, clear as day. The edges weren't eroded or weathered. It was fresh, and it wasn't mine. I crouched, tracing the outline. Whoever it belonged to had walked toward the tunnel, not away. I followed for maybe 100 feet, before they vanished into the stone dust at the curve. That was when I realized the faint hum beneath my feet hadn't stopped since I'd woken. A low vibration ran through the ground, rhythmic, pulsing every few seconds. I knelt and pressed my palm to the rail. It was warm. Logic failed me in that moment. I kept telling myself residual heat from the sun or metallic expansion, but it was morning. Shadows still long, the air crisp. I pulled out my camera, snapped a photo, and stepped back. The hum stopped. I packed up camp before noon. I told myself I'd return once I'd filed my preliminary report, maybe bring better monitoring gear. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye movement near the tunnel mouth. At first, I thought it was dust swirling. Then a shape coalesced. A figure in an old uniform, pale blue against the dark metal gate. He stood perfectly still, cap low, one gloved hand resting on what looked like a lantern. I blinked. The figure flickered, then was gone. I didn't imagine it. I know I didn't. That night, I stayed at the Carson Ridge Inn. The woman at the desk didn't flinch when I mentioned the hollow line. She simply said, "You heard it, didn't you?" I asked her what she meant. "The whistle," she said. "It comes for anyone who steps past mile marker 66. Some say it's the old conductor, still running his route. Others say the line never stopped. It just moved beneath." I wanted to laugh, but her tone wasn't joking. "When was the last time you heard it?" I asked. She frowned, thinking. "Last winter." Snowstorm came early that night. By morning, the ridge road was gone, buried. 3 hikers vanished. Search teams found their camp by the tunnel gate. Nothing else. Her words sat heavy in my chest. That night, sleep wouldn't come. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again, faint but unmistakable. The whistle's long, mournful call. It wasn't echoing from the mountains. It was coming from below, as if the earth itself remembered the tracks. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and looked out the window. The valley beyond the inn was dark, but I could see a dim orange glow threading through the trees, like the reflection of a furnace moving beneath the ground. The whistle blew again. I don't know what possessed me, but I threw on my boots and went outside. The glow was stronger near the old rail yard, and the air felt charged, humming like distant electricity. I followed the curve of the forgotten line until I reached the depot. The timetable board was moving. The letters clicked and flipped, though the mechanism hadn't worked in decades. One by one, new destinations appeared. Arvin CL Station 200 Bias Cares at 10:03, Carson Raiji Taramanal 25. My watch read 294. Then came the rumble. It rolled through the ground, through my bones. Dust lifted from the rafters. The broken lamps flickered to life, glowing dim amber. Outside, the rails shone like molten wire. And through the sealed tunnel, miles away, something enormous began to move. The sound built like a storm underfoot, rolling up through the earth, until even the window panes at the depot trembled. I pressed my palm against the wall. It quivered like something alive. Then the whistle screamed, closer this time, long and metallic. The kind that turns your stomach before your mind catches up. I stumbled outside. The night air hit sharp and cold, yet it smelled of scorched iron. Down the tracks, light was blooming in the tunnel's direction. A steady, pulsing glow that cut through the trees. I followed it. Each step made the vibration stronger, my chest rattling with every phantom churn. The rails were lit from beneath, like heat coursing through veins. When I reached mile marker 66, the sound was deafening. Gravel shuddered, and air blasted out of the tunnel, carrying with it the stench of coal smoke. The gate that had once been sealed was now bowed inward, straining against its chains. I raised my flashlight, heart pounding, and the beam caught something. Shapes behind the gate, silhouettes passing in slow, deliberate rhythm. I froze. Through the gaps between links, I saw carriages, dozens of them, rolling silently, impossibly solid. Old wooden passenger cars, windows smeared dark. No sound of wheels, no screech of steel, yet they moved with weight. Inside one of them, I caught a flicker of light. A figure seated near the window, face half turned, expression unreadable. Then the whistle blew again, so close I dropped to my knees. The ground pitched, as though something immense had rolled past directly beneath. The glow vanished. The sound cut off mid-note. The gate hung still. When I dared to touch it, it was hot, scalding, even through my gloves. The residue smeared black across my palm. I backed away, breathing hard, the world so quiet it felt staged. Somewhere behind me, a stone tumbled down the slope. I spun, no one there. I should have left. I know that now. But there was a strange pull, like the air around that tunnel wanted me closer, wanted witness. Maybe that's what curiosity really is. Hunger disguised as reason. Back at the inn, I replayed the footage on my camera. The microphone had blown out from the volume, but one frame caught my attention. In a still shot of the tunnel, a faint light beam reflected off the gate. And there, burned into the reflection, was a shape, a headlamp, perfectly round, dead center. It couldn't be. I froze the frame, leaned closer. The lamp's glow seemed to spill outward, as if it wasn't captured light but alive in the photo itself. Behind it, blurred outlines. People. Rows of them, staring forward. I didn't sleep at all. By morning, I'd made up my mind to go back, but this time with more than just curiosity. I drove to a supply shop 2 towns over, rented a portable seismic sensor, and packed extra batteries. The clerk, an old man with tobacco-stained fingers, asked where I was headed. When I said Carson Ridge, he stopped counting my change. "You're not going to the hollow line," he said flatly. I told him it was just for geological mapping. "Mapping's been done," he muttered, sliding the bills back to me. "They mapped the ghosts too." He said no more, and I didn't ask. By dusk, I was back at the ridge. I set up the seismic device 20 yards from the gate, securing it into gravel. The machine hummed quietly, red lights blinking. Then I waited. The air was colder than the night before, heavy with that same metallic tang. I sat against a boulder, wrapped in my jacket, trying to keep my thoughts mechanical. Data points, readings, not fear. Around 1:45, the vibration started. Faint, almost like breath. The device chirped, registering rhythmic pulses. I flipped open the monitor. The wave pattern was unmistakable. Consistent timing, perfect symmetry, like gears turning. Then the gate creaked. The chains shifted. I raised my light. Through the slats, the tunnel wasn't dark anymore. It wasn't anything, The space beyond shimmered like heat haze, bending the shadows around it. From deep inside, something flickered, a red glow moving fast. The whistle came next, low and sustained. My ears rang. Dust rained down from the rock face. The chains snapped. One by one, links broke, metal singing as they flew apart. The gate bowed forward, then split open, slamming against the rock. Warm air blasted out, so thick it stung my eyes. Beyond the threshold, there was no tunnel. Just rails leading into darkness, and wind moving the wrong way, flowing outward instead of in. The red glow brightened, resolving into two perfect circles. Headlights. I stumbled back. Every instinct screamed to run, but my legs stayed rooted. The ground beneath me pulsed, the same steady rhythm I'd heard last night. Then came the sound of motion. Steel rolling, air splitting. A train was coming, except it wasn't. The rails didn't bend. The gravel didn't scatter. It was all sound, layered and wrong, as if played through the earth itself. The lights surged forward, filling the tunnel mouth. A black shape followed, immense and sleek, coated in soot. The number on its front read 1173, each digit glowing faintly red. And yet the locomotive didn't emerge. It hung halfway out, frozen in place, flickering like bad film. Through the shifting haze, I glimpsed movement inside the cab, a conductor, face shadowed, hand resting on a brass lever. He turned his head toward me. I swear he saw me. The whistle shrieked again, a sound that tore through my ribs. Then the train lunged, forward, backward, forward, like a heartbeat. The air around me warped, pressure closing in from all sides. My vision blurred. I stumbled away, tripping over the sensor case. The machine's display spiked wildly, then flatlined. When I looked back, the train was gone. The tunnel stood empty, but the ground still pulsed faintly, like something breathing just beneath the surface. I left the ridge before dawn, driving until the road blurred. I didn't stop until Carson Ridge was miles behind me. At a rest stop, I opened the sensor logs. The last reading, right before the machine failed, had recorded a single, sustained vibration lasting exactly 47 seconds. Its pattern wasn't random. It matched a Morse sequence. When I decoded it, the message was chillingly simple on. That night, I checked old railway registries. Line 1173 was indeed the Hollow Line's final locomotive, a freight train that vanished on December 7, 1943. No survivors, no wreckage. The company listed it as presumed lost due to tunnel collapse. The records ended there. I found one photograph of the crew. My throat tightened when I saw the conductor. The same uniform, same cap, same faint scar across his jaw as the figure I'd glimpsed in the cab. His name was Samuel Dyer. He'd been 41 when the train disappeared. For hours, I sat staring at the photo, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Reflection, hallucination, some trick of the air and light. But the sensor readings didn't lie. Neither did the smell of coal that still clung to my clothes. The next morning, I planned to drive home. I told myself I'd delete the footage, write it off as stress. But when I started the car, the radio flickered to life. Though I hadn't turned it on, a low hum filled the cabin, followed by static. Then, faintly, a voice, "All aboard." I froze. The voice repeated, clearer this time, old and distorted, like a gramophone record. "All aboard for Hollow Line. Departure, 2 o'clock. I shut off the engine. The sound didn't stop. Static surged, building until the speakers whined. Then the whistle came again, impossibly loud. My windshield fogged as if steam had rolled through the vents. I tore open the door, stumbling into the gravel lot. The sound faded instantly. When I turned back, my headlights were dim. And there, on the inside of the windshield, was a smear of black dust. I reached for it. It smelled like coal. Something shifted behind me. A shadow moved across the asphalt, long, rail straight, sliding past even though there was nothing to cast it. Then came the faintest rattle of wheels echoing from nowhere. I didn't drive that day. I walked the road until sunrise, half convinced I'd gone mad. But at the next town over, I passed a rail crossing. The warning lights flashed as I approached, though the signal gates hadn't worked in years. No train came. Just a gust of air, warm and heavy, smelling of smoke. That was a week ago. Since then, I've heard it every night, the whistle at 2 a.m., the slow rumble beneath my floorboards, as if my house sits over hidden rails. I've tried recording it, but the audio always distorts, frequencies vanishing mid-sound. And this morning, something new. Outside my door, in the grass, 2 perfect parallel grooves carved into the dirt. They run straight down the hill and out of sight. I didn't plan to return to Carson Ridge. After what I'd seen, what I'd heard, any sane person would have walked away. But the thing about obsession is it doesn't ask permission. It just rewires your reason until danger feels like duty. For a week, I tried to ignore it. The distant whistle that came like clockwork, the faint tremor running through my house floorboards at night. Yet each morning, something small changed. The grooves outside deepened. The smell of soot crept closer. Last night, at 1:47 a.m., my phone buzzed with a notification. Unknown number. Just a single text. Boardiem Kaleo 200. That was it. No sender, no history. The timestamp matched the train schedule from the depot board. The same time it had listed Carson Ridge Terminal 2 nights before I left. At 1:55, I heard the whistle again. Not distant this time. It came from the road. I don't remember making the choice. One moment I was at my desk, heart hammering. The next, I was in the car, driving the same mountain road back toward the ridge. The night was moonless, sky heavy with cloud. The deeper I went, the denser the fog grew, thick enough to swallow my headlights. The road narrowed, twisting between black pines. My GPS lost signal at mile 5, but the whistle was enough to guide me. When I reached the old depot, it wasn't abandoned anymore. The lamps were lit. Soft amber light spilled through the cracked windows. The timetable board clicked faintly, though no electricity had run here in decades. Through the glass, I saw movement. Shadows pacing, outlines shifting like passengers waiting. My body wanted to turn around. My mind didn't listen. I pushed the door open. Warm air rolled out, smelling of oil and dust. The platform floorboards creaked under my boots. And then, faintly, I heard it. Footsteps above, measured and heavy. A man's voice called from the second floor, low but clear. "Tickets, please." I froze. He stepped into view on the stairs, tall, dressed in a blue conductor's uniform, the same face from the photo I'd found. Samuel Dyer. His eyes were sunken, irises gray like ash. In one hand, he held a lantern that burned with a dull red glow. "You're late," he said. His tone wasn't angry, just factual, like a man keeping schedule. I tried to speak, but my throat locked. "Don't worry," he added, descending the stairs. "The line runs on time for everyone." He reached the bottom step, then stopped, as if remembering something. "You've been listening for us," he said quietly. "Hearing the whistle, feeling the track hum beneath your bed. That means you've already stepped on board." "I'm not." My voice cracked. I never boarded anything. His smile didn't reach his eyes. You will. He gestured toward the far end of the platform, where the rail bed cut into the trees. There, through the fog, I saw it, a glow swelling in the distance, twin orbs of white light. The sound followed, metal, grinding and rhythmic, echoing deep through the ground. I took a step back. It's not real, I whispered. He tilted his head, like he'd heard that line too many times before. Then what are you still doing here? The lights brightened, reflecting off his uniform buttons. Wind pushed through the depot, carrying heat and cinders. The timetable behind him flipped once more. I turned just in time to read the new entry. Kepielyar Owen Moay Duo 2500. The clock on the wall struck twice. The whistle screamed. Every light in the building surged red. The floor trembled as the train roared through, though I couldn't see it. Only motion, blur, and shadow. It didn't stop. It passed through the depot, through me. For a moment, I felt pulled. Lungs burning, heart locked between beats. Then the sound faded, leaving only silence and the faint shimmer of dust hanging in the air. When I opened my eyes, the conductor was gone. The lamps were dark. The board was still. And yet the faint outline of the train glowed beyond the trees, disappearing into the mountain curve toward the tunnel. I ran after it. Branches clawed my jacket, gravel slipping underfoot. But the glow ahead didn't fade. It pulsed with each breath, leading me like a lure. By the time I reached mile marker 66, my lungs were raw. The gate stood wide open. The tunnel yawned, black as a wound. Inside, rails gleamed wet under a dim red haze. I stepped across the threshold. The air pressed down, heavy and electric. My flashlight flickered, then died. For a moment, I was blind. Then light filled the passage. An impossible, flickering daylight that wasn't coming from any lamp. The train stood before me, carriages stretching endlessly into the dark. Its metal was pitted and scorched, steam rising from the joints. Through the windows, figures sat upright, hands folded neatly in their laps. Each face turned toward the front. They weren't breathing. I moved closer. The first passenger was a woman in a floral dress, eyes open but glassy, hair drifting like it moved underwater. Beside her, a boy clutched a paper ticket that had fused to his palm. As I passed each car, I realized they all shared something, faces pale as stone, lips faintly moving, whispering. The sound overlapped until it filled the tunnel. A low, endless murmur of words I couldn't make out. At the front of the train, the conductor waited. You see now, he said softly. The hollow line never stopped. It just changed tracks. Where does it go? I asked. His lantern glowed brighter, shadows crawling across the walls. Everywhere time forgot. I should have run, but my legs refused. My mind burned with a single thought. If I can see it, maybe I can end it. I stepped closer. Let me help you. Let me shut it down. He smiled, tired. You can't shut down what keeps the world in motion. He turned to the locomotive, resting a hand on its side. Every forgotten path, every sealed tunnel, every train that never arrived, they all come here eventually. He looked at me again. And someone must keep the schedule. The whistle blew, not from the engine, but from behind me. I turned. The tunnel mouth was gone. In its place, rails stretched into darkness, both directions infinite. The air thickened. The passengers began to rise, one by one, eyes fixed on me. The whispers merged into a single phrase, repeated over and over, on time.
On time.
On time. The conductor raised his hand. Your stop, he said. The train lurched. The rails screamed. Steam flooded the tunnel, swallowing everything. For a heartbeat, I felt weightless, as though falling through endless dark. Then, silence. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in daylight. The mountain ridge lay quiet around me. The gate was sealed shut once more, chains rusted and unmoving. The rails beneath my boots were cold. Birds sang faintly in the distance. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, every sense raw. Had I dreamed it? Lost consciousness. I turned toward the mile marker, 66, and there, burned into the wood, was a single word carved deep by some sharp tool. Induce. It wasn't there before. I left the mountains that day. I drove until the signal returned, until the air smelled like rain instead of smoke. When I reached the next town, I checked my reflection in the gas station window and froze. My jacket was streaked black with soot. My right hand, the one I'd used to touch the train, was marked with faint lines running parallel up my wrist. 2 thin grooves, like rails beneath the skin. That night, I stayed at a roadside motel. I kept the lights on, but at 2 a.m. they flickered anyway. Somewhere outside, faint but certain, a whistle called once. Then, softer, closer, footsteps in the hall. I held my breath as a shadow paused by my door. A voice followed, quiet as steam. "Tickets, please." I didn't answer. The sound faded down the corridor, each step fading like distance. But when I woke this morning, there was something tucked under the door. A paper ticket, blackened at the edges. My name printed in neat type across the center. Bram Kepler, one way, hollow line. The departure time reads Yo 2500. I keep telling myself I won't go back. That I'll burn the ticket and bury what's left of the footage. But even now, as I write this, I can feel it. The faint hum through the floorboards, the rhythmic pulse echoing in my chest. Something beneath the world is still running on schedule. And I think it's waiting for me to board. My name is Nora Penhall. I once taught at Belmare Elementary, a red brick school tucked against the fog-drenched hills of northern Oregon. I left teaching 5 years ago, though left isn't quite the right word. There are days I feel like I never did. The smell of chalk dust still follows me, as if it clung to my lungs. And sometimes, when the night turns damp and wind whistles through the gaps in my attic window, I swear I still hear the soft, rhythmic sound of children reading in unison. It began 3 weeks after the district announced the school's permanent closure. Budget cuts, population decline, a mold issue that would have cost too much to fix. I told myself I wanted closure, to pack up my things, to see the classroom one last time, before demolition crews arrived. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I didn't want the pitying looks. Belmare had been my life. Room 12, specifically, the oldest classroom in the building. Its floorboards had grooves from nearly a century of small shoes and desk legs. I'd once joked that if you listened closely, you could hear the ghosts of every spelling test ever taken there. The morning I returned, the sky was colorless, the kind of coastal gray that made noon look like dusk. My old key still worked, though the front doors sagged inward when I pushed. Inside smelled faintly of mildew and pencil shavings. Dust drifted through the hall like lazy snow. My footsteps echoed too loudly, every sound exaggerated in the empty corridors. I remember pausing by the trophy case, where the glass had fogged over from moisture. The faces in the photographs behind it were blurred. All but one, my first graduating class. 27 bright-eyed fifth graders who'd drawn me a card that said, We'll never forget you, Miss Penhal. I tried not to think about how many of those kids had already left town. Room 12 sat at the far end of the east wing. Its door, painted pale green, had peeled into flakes like fish scales. When I stepped inside, a strange comfort washed over me. Desks neatly arranged in rows, sunlight streaming through grime, coated windows, my handwriting still faintly visible on the blackboard. Ray Ding, Chapter 7, The Compass Boy. I'd written that on the day the superintendent came to tell us the school was closing. I laughed softly, out of habit. "Good morning, class," I said to the empty room. My voice sounded small. I ran a hand along one of the desks. The wood was cool, smooth with age. I thought about the hundreds of children who'd sat there, whispering answers, tapping pencils, passing folded notes. And then I heard it. A child's voice. Faint, almost like a sigh. The compass spun again, pointing toward. I froze. It came from the back of the room. Then another voice higher, pitched. The northern hill where the trees had no leaves. My throat tightened. I looked around. The desks were empty. The room was still. Yet the sound persisted, soft, rhythmic, overlapping, like a group of children reading aloud. The cadence was unmistakable. I'd heard it 1,000 times before. I forced a laugh that broke halfway through. "All right. That's enough," I said. "Who's there?" No answer. Just the faint rustle of papers, the squeak of a chair leg against the floor. The air felt colder. I turned toward the chalkboard. My heart skipped. Written beneath my old lesson, faint but fresh, were the words, "Good morning, Miss Penhall." The chalk piece lay on the tray beneath it, white dust trailing toward the sentence like breadcrumbs. I stood there, pulse roaring in my ears. I told myself it would draft, a trick of my nerves. Maybe a leftover recording from an old intercom test. But when I reached for the board, the chalk lifted. Slowly, deliberately. It hovered in front of the slate, turning in the air as if held by invisible fingers. Then, carefully, it began to write. "We missed you." I stumbled backward, slamming into a desk. The sound startled the thing, if it was a thing, and the chalk dropped to the floor, snapping in half. The room fell silent except for my ragged breathing. I backed toward the door, heart hammering. The hallway beyond looked darker than before. The light from the windows dimming, as if something pressed against them from outside. I reached the threshold and heard it again. The voices, louder this time. The boy followed the compass. North, north. Always north. Don't leave the classroom. My hands trembled on the doorknob. The air behind me shimmered with whispers, like wind through reeds. I stepped into the hall and shut the door hard. The voices stopped instantly. I waited, 1 second, 2, 3, before exhaling. It had to be my mind playing tricks, dredging up echoes of old routines. Years of teaching had wired me to expect those voices. I was standing in a room where I'd spent decades listening to them. It made sense, didn't it? But logic didn't explain the handwriting, or the chalk that moved. I decided to leave. I'd seen enough, I thought. I'd tell myself it was closure, that I'd said my goodbyes. But when I reached the main doors, the chain that should have been on the inside latch now looped around the handles, on the outside. Padlocked tight. Someone, or something, had locked me in. I turned to look down the main hallway. The air shimmered with faint movement, like heat waves, though it was cold enough that my breath fogged. Then, somewhere deep within the school, a bell rang. Not the modern electronic kind. The old brass one mounted above the office door. The one that hadn't worked in 20 years. It rang 3 times. I don't know why, but my body reacted before my brain did. I straightened reflexively, like I had when the bell used to signal class changes. The sound vibrated through the walls until it faded into silence. Then came the shuffle. Small footsteps. Dozens of them. They moved in rhythm like children walking single file. From the far end of the corridor, I saw faint shapes. Translucent silhouettes. Pale against the gloom. Little heads, bowed, arms swaying with phantom books clutched against their chests. Their faces were featureless, but each gave off a dim blue, white light like frost catching a distant lamp. They didn't look at me. They just filed past, vanishing through the classroom doors one by one. The air grew colder with each that passed, and when the last child disappeared into room 12, the door closed itself. I was shaking uncontrollably now. My instinct said to find another way out. Through the cafeteria, the basement, the janitor's corridor. I headed toward the stairs, trying to ignore the feeling of small hands brushing against my coat as I passed. The building seemed to shift as I moved. Corridors lengthened. Corners didn't meet where they should. When I reached the basement level, I heard the voices again, clearer this time. Page 30, 4 read aloud together. It wasn't coming from room 12 anymore. It came from the entire building. From every wall, every vent, every pipe. The lessons were still happening, and then I heard my own voice among them. That's very good, Clara. Now everyone, what's the main theme? I felt my stomach drop. That was me. That was something I'd said years ago, during a reading exercise on the Compass Boy. The air around me vibrated with whispers, hundreds of overlapping lines, snippets of old lessons, laughter, corrections. The soft tap of chalk against the board. All of it tangled together into a single, endless hum. I pressed my palms over my ears, but the sound came from inside my head now. I stumbled toward the boiler room door, remembering that there was an emergency exit there that led to the parking lot. I pushed it open. The smell hit me first: burnt paper, old ink, something metallic beneath it. The boiler stood cold and silent, but the floor was covered in pages. Hundreds of torn worksheets, report cards, essays. Each one bore my handwriting, my feedback. Excellent progress. Try to focus more next time. Proud of you. And in the center of the room sat a single desk. Mine. It shouldn't have been there, yet it was. The same oak desk from room 12, every drawer in the same place. On top of it sat my old grade book, open to the last page. My pen lay across it, but the grades weren't the same. Next to each name was a date, not a test score. Each date was after the school's closure. And one line, written at the bottom, stood out in fresh black ink. Nora Penhall, attendance required. Something moved behind me. The faint creak of a shoe. I turned, and through the doorway, I saw silhouettes crowding the hall again. Rows of child-sized figures, their outlines flickering like candlelight, their heads all tilted in unison. And then softly they spoke. Class isn't over. I ran. The sound of chairs scraping and pages turning followed me up the stairs. The corridor lights flickered wildly, each bulb bursting as I passed beneath it. When I reached the second floor, the air felt thicker, charged. Every classroom door I passed stood open now, and from each came the hum of voices reciting lessons. English, math, history, all at once. At the far end of the hall, room 12's door stood ajar, light spilling through the crack. My instincts screamed to avoid it. But the hallway behind me had begun to twist, walls warping inward like closing jaws. I had no choice. Inside, the room looked almost normal again. The desks were full, every seat occupied by faint, glowing children. Their eyes were like smudges of light. The chalkboard was clean, except for one word scrawled across it: continue. And standing at the front, chalk in hand, was me. Or rather, something wearing my face. It turned toward me, smiling the same tired smile I'd used for years. The one that said everything's fine when it wasn't. "You're late," it said in my voice. I tried to speak, but my throat locked. The air pressed inward, heavy with expectation. The children's whispers rose again, merging into a chorus. Continue, continue, continue. I stumbled backward. But the door behind me had vanished. The walls stretched upward, blackening like wet paper. My doppelganger lifted the chalk again, writing something I couldn't see. Then the children's eyes opened fully, rings of white flame, and the room filled with light. I remember the sensation of falling, though I didn't hit the ground. Just the ringing of the bell again, echoing through my skull. When I opened my eyes, I was outside, standing in the overgrown field behind the school. The building loomed silent, its windows dark. My car sat exactly where I'd left it, keys still in the ignition. I didn't remember leaving. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror once. In one of the upstairs windows, room 12 glowed faintly, and in the glass, reflected for just a moment, was my own silhouette, standing at the board, teaching to a room full of empty desks. The first week after I left Belmare, I convinced myself that what I saw had to be a hallucination. I'd breathed in mold, maybe, or the stress of seeing my old classroom had finally caught up to me. But denial wears thin when evidence starts to follow you home. It began subtly, an echo that shouldn't have been there. I'd close a cabinet, and a second later, another faint sound would follow, just off beat, like someone closing one after me. My clock ticked irregularly, as though sensing to a rhythm I couldn't hear. Then came the voices again, muffled, indistinct, but unmistakably young. At first, I blamed the house settling, then the television, then the wind. But there are no excuses when a child's laughter drifts from your hallway at 2 in the morning. The night it happened, I was grading essays I'd taken apart, time job reviewing curriculum materials online. Something quiet, detached, nothing to do with children. The glow of my desk lamp filled the living room with soft amber light. Rain pattered against the windows, rhythmic and steady. That's when I heard it. Page 30. 4 read aloud together. My pen froze mid-mark. The words came from the kitchen, quiet, as though someone whispered them while standing just behind the wall. My heart skipped. I told myself it had to be a memory surfacing. Sometimes the brain plays tricks, looping familiar sounds. I swallowed hard, pushed my chair back, and went to check anyway. The kitchen was empty. The refrigerator hummed. A puddle of moonlight spilled through the window onto the tile. I waited, half expecting another voice, but the house stayed still. Then I saw the chalk. A single stick of white chalk lay on the counter. Not one I owned. When I picked it up, it left fine powder across my fingers. Fresh. A soft scent of slate clung to it. I dropped it like it burned. It rolled off the counter, landing with a faint click on the floor. That's when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. The message read, "You didn't dismiss the class." My fingers went cold. Before I could respond, another message arrived. Attendance required. I deleted both texts immediately, but the contact saved itself under the name Room 12. That night, sleep came only in short bursts. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw my old classroom. Not as it had been when I taught, but how I'd left it that day, lit from within, filled with faint outlines sitting upright waiting. By morning, I'd decided to go back. Stupid, yes. Dangerous, probably. But I needed to see the building in daylight, to prove it was just an echo, a trick of grief. I told myself if the room was empty, I'd finally let it go. When I arrived, fog to the hills like breath on glass. The demolition had been delayed. Some issue with permits. A faded notice said. The front gate hung half open. My footprints from last time had been washed away. The main doors were unlocked this time. The air inside felt colder, heavier, as if the building exhaled when I entered. Dust swirled through shafts of weak sunlight. Every sound echoed. I walked past the rows of lockers, each one slightly ajar. My footsteps fell into a strange rhythm, like a heartbeat doubled. Room 12's door was closed. When I reached for the knob, I hesitated. My reflection wavered in the small glass window, drawn, pale, almost unrecognizable. Then I turned it. The door creaked open. The desks were gone, every one of them. The floor was bare, except for a scattering of papers and a faint white outline where each desk had once stood, as if the wood had burned its shadow into the floor. The chalkboard was wiped clean. No dust, no residue. Perfectly smooth. And yet, the air vibrated. A faint hum, low and rhythmic, pulsed through the walls. I stepped closer. My breath fogged. Then I noticed the writing. Not on the board, on the walls. Words faintly carved into the plaster, row after row of them, looping around the room in perfect cursive. We are still learning. We can't stop reading. Please dismiss us. Each sentence grew shakier toward the bottom, as if written by smaller, more desperate hands. My pulse quickened. I backed away until I hit the teacher's desk, except it wasn't there when I entered. Somehow, it was now. My old desk perfectly restored, every drawer in place. A grade book sat open on top. I told myself not to look, but I did. The first page listed the same names from my final class. Each had 2 columns, one for attendance, one for remarks. And next to each name, written in faint chalk, gray script, were words like present, reading aloud, still reciting. Except for one name at the bottom. Mine. Nora Penhall absent. I stumbled back. The page turned by itself. Another line appeared, the chalk scrawling as I watched late again. A faint giggle rippled through the air, soft, sing-song, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. I slammed the book shut. The sound echoed like thunder. Something stirred in the far corner. A figure sat cross-legged on the floor, back turned to me. Small, child-sized. I hadn't seen it when I walked in. Hello, my voice cracked. Sweetheart. The figure shifted slightly. Its hair was matted dark. Its shoulders rose and fell with slow, deliberate breaths. I took one step closer. Do you need help? The figure lifted its head. The movement was jerky, like a puppet being pulled by uneven strings. Then it spoke, my voice. You're late, Miss Penhall. I froze. When it turned around, I saw that it didn't have a face. Just smooth, gray skin where features should have been. But its mouth formed somehow anyway, invisible lips stretching around the words. The class started without you. I backed toward the door, but it had closed again. My fingers scrabbled for the knob. Locked. The thing stood, its limbs bent wrong, too long, elbows angled backward. It walked toward me with that eerie, halting gait, each step scraping against the floor. "Sit," it said. "Class isn't over." The walls began to whisper again, hundreds of small voices overlapping, each chanting the same words. "Read aloud." "Continue. Read aloud." I hurled the great book at it. The pages exploded midair, scattering like white birds. The creature stopped, its head tilted, as if listening. Then it whispered, softer, "You never said goodbye." The room darkened. Shadows spilled across the floor like water. My breath came in short gasps. Somewhere behind me, a chair scraped. Then another. When I turned, the desks had returned, every single one, and each seat was filled. Dozens of children sat there, heads bowed, eyes hollow. Their lips moved in perfect unison, though no sound came out now. Just silence. Utter, suffocating silence. The thing that wore my voice smiled. "You see, they wait for you." I pressed myself against the wall, shaking. "You're not real," I said, barely a whisper. It tilted its head again. "Then why do you remember us?" A loud crack echoed through the ceiling. Dust rained down. The overhead light flickered, casting the room into flashes. Bright, dark, bright again. Each flicker changed the scene slightly, the children standing, sitting, standing again. Closer each time. Then the light went out completely. When it came back, they were gone. The room was empty again, my heart hammering in my chest. The air felt thick, charged, as if the storm outside had crawled indoors. I turned the knob. It opened easily this time. I didn't look back. As I stepped into the hall, I caught sight of something faint on the opposite wall, handprints, dozens of them, small and pale, pressed into the paint like residue left behind after condensation. I ran. By the time I reached the exit, the bell rang again. 3 sharp peals. My body reacted the same as before, standing upright, frozen. A voice, mine again, spoke from the intercom, though it had long since been removed. "Class dismissed." The sound rolled through the building, hollow and final, and then everything fell silent. I stepped outside, gasping for air. The fog had thickened into a dense white sea. I could barely see my car. Every instinct told me not to look back, but of course I did. Through the haze, the school stood half visible. Every window of the east wing glowed faintly from within. Soft yellow light, steady and warm, like candles. For a moment, it almost looked alive again. A sound drifted through the fog, children's voices, faint and melodic. Not chanting this time. Singing. A song I recognized. "Row, row, row your boat." The melody looped endlessly, overlapping in rounds. Just like we used to sing at the end of class to quiet, restless kids. My throat tightened. I got into my car and drove until the fog broke behind me. That night, I checked my phone again. The contact, room 12, was gone, but there was a voicemail. No number, just static for the first few seconds, then a chorus of soft voices whispering, "Thank you, Miss Penhall." The message ended with the faint clang of the bell. I should have left it at that. I should have blocked the number, burned the chalk, moved away. But guilt is a strange teacher. You start to think you owe something to the past. That maybe if you fix it, it'll stop haunting you. So I went back a third time. This time at night. Not because I wanted to, but because I woke to find my car already parked outside the school. I don't remember driving there. I was still in my nightclothes, raincoat thrown over them. The driver's seat was cold. The keys were in the ignition. The building loomed ahead, every window dark except one. Room 12. Its light flickered like a heartbeat. As I stepped toward the doors, I realized I hear the faint hum of a lesson in progress. The cadence of recitation. Reading aloud page 34, I reached the doors. This time, they opened on their own. The smell of chalk and old paper enveloped me instantly. The corridor stretched longer than before, vanishing into shadow. My footsteps echoed, but only once. No second echo now, no mimic. The building was listening. When I reached the classroom, the door was wide open. Inside, everything was perfectly still. The desks, the chalkboard, my own reflection in the glass pane at the back. Though it wasn't moving with me, it smiled first, then lifted its hand and wrote on the air with invisible chalk. Welcome back. The light from room 12 flickered once, then steadied. The hum in the hallway deepened to a low vibration that I could feel in my ribs. I stepped forward, barefoot on the cold tile, unable to remember when I'd lost my shoes. The corridor bent slightly as I walked, the geometry of the place wrong in a quiet, familiar way. Inside the room, everything was in order again. The desks, the books, even the small globe near the window spinning slowly in the stale air. The only sound was the gentle scratch of chalk against the board. My reflection, no, the other me, stood where I used to stand, writing the same sentence over and over. We learn until the end. It turned toward me without surprise. They're waiting, it said. You made them wait too long. My voice came out small. I came back. Yes, it said. But you never stayed. The classroom door closed softly behind me, sealing out the rest of the world. The air thickened with dust that glowed faintly, like the remnants of erased words. The other me stepped aside and motioned a desk at the front row. Set. I did. Maybe because every instinct in me was conditioned to obey the ritual of a lesson. Bell, desk, quiet. My hands trembled on the desktop, leaving faint white prints like ghost fingerprints. The children were there again, one by one, filling the seats in silence. Not shapes this time, but shadows with depth, as if the world had finally allowed them to exist again. The girl in the second row twirled her pencil. The boy by the window leaned his head on exactly as he used to. The sound of breathing filled the space. Real breathing. Begin reading, the echo of me said. A book materialized before me. Not the compass boy this time. Blank pages, edges soft with ash. When I turned the first one, the room itself began to move. Walls stretching, floorboards pulsing like a heartbeat beneath my feet. The words appeared in my handwriting. A teacher cannot teach what she refuses to learn. Each child whispered the line together, until it became a chant. The air shimmered with heat, and the smell of burned paper mixed with rain. I felt something press behind my eyes, a weight, like the whole room trying to crawl inside my skull. Memories flooded back that I'd buried so deep. They felt borrowed, the day of the fire. The smoke pouring through the vents, the students pounding on locked doors while I ran for help that came too late. The guilt had been gnawing quietly ever since. Now it stood, embodied, row after row. One of them, Clara, rose slowly. Her voice was small, but clear. You told us to finish the story. My throat ached. I didn't know. I didn't. She shook her head. We listened. The others joined in, whispering, overlapping until the room vibrated again with sound. Their voices merged into one long, endless lesson. I pressed my palms to my ears, but the noise only grew inside me. Then came the bell. 3 times. Every whisper stopped. The silence afterward felt heavier than the sound. The children turned to me, expectant. Waiting. What do? I asked. The other me smiled faintly, eyes like smoke. Dismiss them properly this time. I stood. My voice shook. Class dismissed. Nothing happened. They just watched. The silence stretched until it bent back on itself, filling with a static hum. The chalk on the board lifted again. Writing one last time, mean it. I took a breath that hurt on the way in. I release you, I said louder now. You don't have to stay anymore. You can go home. The hum softened. The light dimmed. And slowly, one by one, the students faded. No scream, no wind. Just absence. Like pages being turned and gently removed from a book. Each left behind a faint smell of chalk and smoke. When the last one vanished, the other me nodded. Lesson complete. The walls cracked open with a groan, revealing faint morning light bleeding in through the fog. The reflection started to fade too, its form breaking into streaks of white dust that hung in the air. I whispered, "What happens now?" "You remember," it said. That's all we ever needed. Then it was gone. The light collapsed inward, and I was alone in a room that looked nothing like room 12 anymore. The windows were shattered, the desks rotten, my breath forming clouds in the cold air. Decades of abandonment pressed down on everything. I stumbled out into the hallway. Every echo, every voice, every hum gone. The building was only a shell now. The kind of ruin you'd drive past without noticing. When I reached the main doors, they opened easily. The outside air hit like surfacing after drowning. The fog had the first clean sunrise I'd seen in weeks spilling over the hill. I turned back once, expecting the light from room 12 to flicker again. But every window was dark. That was the last time I saw Belmare. 2 days later, the demolition finally began. I stood at the edge of the site, hidden behind the fence, watching the machines bite through the brick. There was no sound, just the dull rhythm of falling walls. As the roof collapsed, a gust of white dust burst outward, drifting across the field. For a second, in the haze, I thought I saw outlines, small, bright, almost joyful, scattering into the morning air. And then quiet. I didn't go home right away. I drove until the sun was high, until the hills behind me looked like another country. When I finally stopped, I realized my back seat was covered in fine chalk powder. That night, I slept deeply for the first time in years. No whispers, no bells, no phantom lessons. Just rain. But around dawn I woke to faint tapping, soft, rhythmic, almost like the point of chalk against glass. On the bedroom mirror, in small, neat handwriting, were 3 words: "Thank you, teacher." I wiped them away, though the outline stayed, visible only when the light hit right. Since then, quiet has a different sound. Sometimes it carries a warmth beneath it, like the hush of a classroom when everyone is listening. I've learned not to flinch when I hear small echoes, pencil scratches, faint laughter, pages turning somewhere I can't see. A week later, the postman left a package with no return address. Inside was a wooden ruler, scorched slightly at one end. Someone had carved into the back of it, "Room 12 never forgets." I keep it in my drawer now, beside an unbroken stick of chalk. Not as a warning, as a promise. Because sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see them. Seated, calm, waiting for me to begin again. And in that silence, I finally understand. The lesson wasn't theirs, it was mine. My name is Elias Rohn. I am a surveyor by trade, though lately I've spent more time chasing ghosts of old places than mapping new ones. My work brings me to towns that never made it past a single generation. dry gulches with cracked wells, streets that end in weeds, and wooden signs whose names are half swallowed by sand. It isn't a glamorous line of work, but it's quiet, and quiet suits me. Or at least, it used to. 2 months ago, I took a job from the State Historical Board. They wanted me to mark the remnants of a settlement called Ketter's Crossing, tucked near the bend of an old trade route that had long since vanished from modern maps. The coordinates they sent me were rough, an approximation gathered from scattered archives. They told me the town had been abandoned in 1912 after a flood took the nearby creek, and most of the mine workers with it. No one ever rebuilt. I've seen places like that before. The bones of civilization lying out under the open sky, stripped down by the wind. But Ketter's Crossing was different before I even got there. The locals at the nearest functioning town, 30 miles away, told me not to bother. They said there was nothing left to find. Some swore the road didn't go through anymore. Others said it did, but always brought you back to where you started. The bartender at the motel, an old man with a glass eye, and a drawl so slow it seemed to hang in the air, leaned close to me that first night and muttered, "If you hear the saloon laughing, don't laugh back." I took it as local folklore, a bit of charm they like to give to passing strangers. But when I finally found Ketter's Crossing 2 days later, the warning crawled back into my mind. The path was little more than a dirt, cut through scrub and mesquite, the kind of road that looked like it didn't want to be followed. I passed 3 stone foundations before I even realized I was in town. A fallen water tower, its rusted letters barely legible, marked the main road. Kedar Shiras, that's all that remained of its name. And there, at the far end, standing upright like it had been waiting for me, was a saloon. The paint was gone, the porch boards warped, but the swinging doors still hung in place, swaying gently though the air was still. The sign above read the Copper Jack, the letters etched into wood blackened by time. I stepped up, half expecting the porch to give under my boots, but it held. Inside? The air was stale, thick with dust, but it wasn't dead. I could feel warmth, subtle, like a breath still lingering after laughter. The bar stretched long and elegant, its surface scarred with rings and scratches, but polished smooth by years of use. Empty bottles lined the shelves behind it, glinting faintly in the thin stripes of sunlight cutting through the shutters. And then I heard it. A laugh, soft at first. The kind you hear when you're not sure if it's real or just memory playing tricks. Then another, and another. The sound of glasses clinking, the echo of voices, muffled but close. It wasn't just a sound. It was a scene being replayed in the air around me. Lauder shouts, chairs scraping across the floor. But there was no one there. I stood frozen at the threshold, hand on the doorframe. I thought maybe it was the wind rattling the walls, or an animal hidden somewhere. I stepped inside, boots crunching over old glass. The laughter didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder, echoing from the far corners of the room, circling me like unseen company. I called out, "Hello." Instant silence. The sound died mid-laugh, as if someone had clapped a hand over its mouth. The air tightened, heavy enough to press on my chest. I waited, the only sound my heartbeat in my ears. "Anyone here?" I asked again. My voice sounded too small. Something in the corner creaked. I turned, eyes adjusting to the dim. There was a piano half collapsed, its keys yellow and uneven. One of them pressed down on its own, the notes soft and flat. I took a step forward, then another. My flashlight caught on something behind the bar. A mirror. The silver was warped and spotted, but in it I saw a flash of movement. I spun around. Nothing. When I turned back, there were glasses on the bar. 3 of them. Half full. They hadn't been there before. I walked closer, my pulse climbing. Condensation clung to the rims. One glass had a lipstick mark, faint and red. The liquid inside shimmered like it was freshly poured. I touched one, cold. And then a whisper, right behind my ear. "You're late, Mr. Rohn." I jerked around so fast the flashlight slipped from my hand. It clattered on the floor, beam spinning wildly across the walls. No one was there. I backed away, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might echo off the wood. I stumbled against a table, sending an empty chair rocking. When I turned back to the bar, the glasses were gone. Not broken. Not moved. Gone. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I'd been in enough abandoned structures to know how sound could play tricks. Echoes, pressure shifts. Even the way wood breathes as it expands in the heat. My brain wanted to explain it, to make it something ordinary. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't sound bouncing off old walls. This was presence. I left the saloon before the sun dipped low. On the porch, the world looked too still, like a photograph left too long in the sun. I marked the location in my notes, wrote down the date, and added a small asterisk beside the name copper, Jack's Saloon. That night, I set up camp just outside town. I'd planned to head back to the main road in the morning. Maybe drive out toward the river to map what was left of the mining site. But lying in my tent, I couldn't sleep. Every gust of wind sounded like laughter. Around midnight, I heard something. Not distant this time. Closer. A soft clinking of glass. I unzipped the tent flap, peering into the dark. The saloon was barely visible in the moonlight. A crooked silhouette. But the sound was clear. Laughter. Rolling out of the open doorway. Faint but unmistakable. I got up barefoot on the cool sand. Every part of me said to stay put, to ignore it. But curiosity is a cruel thing. It doesn't care about warnings. It only cares about answers. I grabbed my flashlight and walked back toward town. The night was still, except for that laughter. Rising and falling, overlapping like a crowd, having the best night of their lives. The kind of sound that feels infectious, even comforting, until you realize no one's making it. As I stepped onto the porch, it stopped again. Silence thick as tar. Inside, the air had changed. It was warmer now, smelling faintly of smoke and whiskey. My flashlight swept across the floor, and I froze. Footprints. Fresh ones. Not mine. A dozen different sets scattered and overlapping, leading between tables, toward the bar, toward the piano. Some boot prints, some small enough to belong to a woman or a child. The dust around them had been disturbed recently, like they'd just been made. Then something brushed my leg. I looked down. A coin had rolled from under a table, spinning slowly before it tipped and fell flat. I picked it up. A silver dollar, dated 1908. Polished clean. I didn't drop it when the voice spoke again. But I almost did. Drinks on the house, Elias. It came from the bar. And standing there, just for a second, was a man. He wore a vest, sleeves rolled. His hands drying a glass with a rag that wasn't really there. His face was blurred, features flickering like candlelight. Then he smiled, and vanished. The coin burned cold in my palm. That's when I noticed something else. The mirror behind the bar wasn't reflecting me. In it, I saw the room alive, full of people. Laughing, drinking, dancing. The bartender tossing bottles, a piano player hammering out a tune, a woman spinning in a red dress, her hair whipping around her face. But I wasn't there. I wasn't in the reflection. Then they all turned, every head in that mirrored world snapping toward me at once. Their laughter stopped mid-breath. My flashlight sputtered out. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of glass shattering. Then, whispering low and rhythmic, coming from somewhere deeper in the room. I ran. Out the doors, across the sand, back toward my tent. I didn't stop until I was inside with the zipper pulled tight, sitting in the dark, breathing so hard my chest hurt. Outside, the laughter began again. This time, it wasn't coming from the saloon. It was circling the camp. The laughter didn't echo. It moved, like it had a body circling the edges of my camp, slipping between the mesquite and the tents of my imagination. Some voices were high and giddy, others low, rough, like old men after too much whiskey. Each burst of sound came from a different direction. I gripped the flashlight like a weapon, but I didn't turn it on. Some instinct told me light might make it worse. For nearly an hour, I sat there, knees pulled up, listening to the invisible crowd enjoy themselves. Glasses clinking, chairs creaking, boots thumping rhythmically on the ground. They weren't out there, they were around me. And then, at once, it all stopped. Silence again. That same breathless, waiting quiet that had filled the saloon. A voice spoke through it. Clear, close. "You left without paying, Elias." I froze. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was steady, measured, like a man speaking from behind a bar counter. My throat was dry when I forced words out. "Who are you?" "You know who I am." I wanted to tell him I didn't, that I had no idea what any of this was, but my tongue felt heavy. The voice wasn't angry, exactly. It sounded disappointed, like a host whose guest had spoiled the mood. Then came the faint sound of footsteps. Crunching sand, slow and deliberate, approaching the tent. I grabbed my flashlight, thumb trembling on the switch. The zipper began to move. It slid halfway down on its own, metal teeth parting with a rasp that sounded deafening in the still night. I swung the flashlight up, clicked it on. Nothing. The desert stretched out pale and endless, untouched. But in the glow, I saw them. Prints. 2 perfect boot impressions, leading right up to my tent flap. I tore the light across the ground, scanning. More prints appeared further off, circling the camp. At least a dozen, maybe more, pressed deep as if freshly made. That's when I saw the coin again. The silver dollar I'd found in the saloon. It lay beside my pack, edge catching the light. But now, instead of 1908, the date had changed. 2024. My breath caught. My own name was etched across the back in jagged lettering, Elias R. Hohen. I dropped it. The second it hit the dirt. The laughter started again, louder than before, right next to me, overlapping in a grotesque harmony of mirth. The flashlight flickered, its beam sputtering like a candle in wind. I slammed it against my palm, desperate, and for a second it steadied, just long enough to catch the reflection of eyes. Dozens of them, watching me from the dark. And all at once, the laughter stopped breathing. The eyes vanished. My tent seemed too small to hold my heart's beating. I don't remember falling asleep, if you could call it that. I must have blacked out from fear. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was burning through the fabric of the tent, and the world looked normal. No footprints, no coin, just the wind whispering dry through the brush. But normal didn't last. When I unzipped the tent, the first thing I noticed was the smell. Smoke. Not from my campfire, from somewhere else. A thin plume was rising from town. The copperjack. I packed what I could and walked back, though everything in me said not to. The saloon's doors were open, swinging lightly. Inside, the air shimmered with heat. Ash floated lazily through the sunbeams, cutting across the room. The bar was blackened. The mirror had cracked down the middle. Behind the counter, the piano was gone. So were the chairs, the tables. And yet the laughter lingered. Just a faint echo, buried in the walls like the ghost of sound. I called out again. "I'm here. You wanted payment. What do you want?" "Nothing." I stepped behind the bar, eyes flicking to where the bartender had stood. The floor was scorched. In the ash, I found glass fragments. Clear, curved like the rims of old tumblers. I brushed them aside and found a ledger. The cover was brittle, but inside, the pages were shockingly intact. Each line listed a name, a drink, and a date: Harry Cross, Bourbon, 1889. Ira Teller, Gin, 1903. L. Phelps, Rye, 1907. The names went on, spanning decades. Then, toward the last page, blank space, and a single fresh entry written in dark, wet ink. Elias Rohn. Unfinished tab. I stepped back like I'd been burned. The air pulsed once, deep and low, like the whole building had drawn a breath. From somewhere behind the wall, the laughter started again. But faint, distant, like it was happening down in the earth beneath me. I left the building and circled around back. The ground sloped down into what looked like a collapsed root cellar, or maybe a storage tunnel. The wooden hatch had been torn open, revealing stairs descending into shadow. The smell of smoke was thicker here. I should have walked away. I didn't. The first few steps groaned under my weight. My flashlight caught on beams slick with condensation, walls carved straight into clay. Old shelves lined the passage, holding broken bottles, rusted tins, and shattered crates. The laughter was louder now, definitely coming from below. At the bottom, the tunnel widened into a small chamber. And it wasn't empty. Tables, chairs, a bar, smaller, rougher, but eerily similar to the one above. Bottles still stood on it, half filled with amber liquid that shouldn't have survived a century underground. The floor was lined with footprints, overlapping and circling, and among them were boot prints that matched my own. The laughter cut off when I entered. I stood there, trembling. The air thick with a smell that wasn't quite rot, wasn't quite whiskey. Something in between. On the bar sat a single glass, filled with that same shimmering drink I'd seen the night before. Beside it lay another coin. Same year, same engraving. Elias Rohn. I reached out, though my hand shook so badly, I barely recognized it as mine. When my fingers brushed the glass, the room filled, instantly, with figures. Dozens of them, flickering like projections, crowding the space, their forms made of smoke and light. Faces twisted in joy that looked close to pain. They clutched drinks, pounded the tables, sang half, remembered songs. And at the bar stood the bartender again. "Welcome back," he said. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. "What is this?" He smiled faintly, eyes dark as burnt oak. "You heard us. That makes you one of us. I didn't join you. I just heard you. That's how it starts," he said. "You listen. You answer. You stay." He set a glass in front of me. The same one from before. Its surface reflected not my face, but the room behind me, full of the laughing dead. "Drink," he said. "I don't want it." His smile widened, revealing teeth that shimmered like glass shards. "Everyone drinks eventually, Elias." Then, before I could move, he lifted the glass and held it toward me. The liquid inside rippled, and I saw something floating in it. A coin. My coin. When I backed away, his expression shifted. The laughter in the room faltered, dropped into murmurs. "You think you can leave," he said softly. "But you already have a tab here." He pointed toward the wall behind the bar. Names were carved into the clay, deep and uneven. I moved closer, unable to stop myself. Some were faded, some fresh. At the very bottom, the newest one gleamed as though freshly cut. ELISROE. The bartender stepped aside, hand gesturing toward a door I hadn't noticed before. A heavy wooden one, warped with damp. "You'll pay before you go." I ran. The laughter exploded again, roaring behind me, the sound of hundreds of voices shrieking with delight. Bottles shattered as I passed, the air glittering with shards. The tunnel tilted, walls bending inward, and the steps stretched longer and longer, refusing to end. When I finally burst out into daylight, the door slammed behind me, sealing itself with a crack of splintering wood. The laughter cut off. For a long moment, I just stood there, gasping, staring at the burned-out saloon above. The wind picked up, tossing ash across the sand. And then I saw it, carved into the door of my truck. Deep, jagged letters that hadn't been there before. TABOPN. I drove without looking back. But miles later, when the desert gave way to asphalt, I checked the rearview mirror. The saloon's silhouette was still visible. And in the mirror's reflection, lights flickered behind its windows, like the party had just begun. That night, in the motel bathroom, I emptied my pockets. The silver dollar was back. Still cold, still engraved, and when I set it on the sink, I heard the faintest sound, barely audible under the running tap, the soft clink of glass, and someone very near whispering, "One last round, Elias." I didn't sleep that night, not even for a minute. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard it, the faint roll of ladder behind the walls, the muted clink of a toast that never ended. The motel room felt wrong, too warm, though the air conditioner rattled at full blast. The wallpaper seemed to pulse when I wasn't looking directly at it, like something was breathing just under the surface. By morning, I looked like hell. I packed fast, leaving the key on the bedspread. The silver dollar burned cold in my pocket, its edges cutting small crescents into my palm. Every time I checked that it was still there. I should have thrown it into the desert, buried it, anything. But every time I tried to imagine being without it, a pulse of dread rolled through me, irrational and absolute, like the idea itself was dangerous. The drive out of town should have been uneventful. Endless scrub, telephone poles that went nowhere, the horizon drawn in pale gray lines. But the world started to slip. Around noon, the radio turned on by itself. No music, just static. Beneath the static came faint sounds chatter, faint jazz, glass striking glass. The same sounds I'd heard in the copper jack. Then, through the noise, a man's voice cut through, clear and amused. "Running tabs won't close themselves, Elias." I slammed the power dial off. The sound didn't stop. It came from the air vents, the glove box, the empty passenger seat. I yanked the wheel to the shoulder, climbed out, and kicked the sand like it could answer for the world. The desert gave me silence in return, flat and endless. But when I turned back toward the truck, there were footprints leading away from it. Fresh ones, my size, deep enough to suggest I'd been walking for a while. They led toward the west, into the open land. I followed them. I don't know why. Maybe because not following would have felt like pretending. The tracks wound through dry brush until I saw something glinting ahead. Metal. A signpost, half buried and sun-bleached. When I wiped the sand away, the letters underneath were blackened but readable. Kate Yars, Sierra, SCNG. 0.2 mess. That wasn't possible. I turned around. The highway was gone. The truck was gone. Even my own tracks had faded. The heat shimmered around me, bending the air. And beneath that ripple, I heard it again. Music faint, rising from below the sand. It sounded like a piano. I followed the sound, slow at first, then faster until my boots struck wood instead of earth. The ground shifted under me, dust collapsing as I realized I was standing on something buried. A roof. And as I stepped back, the desert opened. The Copper Jack Saloon sat there again, whole and new, the same as it must have been over a century ago. Fresh paint, windows unbroken, lights spilling golden through the shutters, laughter bursting free into the daylight. My pulse hammered. I turned, desperate to find anything else. But there was only the saloon and endless horizon. Someone was standing in the doorway. It was the bartender. Vest crisp, sleeves rolled, eyes unreadable. "Afternoon, Mr. Roan," he said, like he'd been expecting me. "You're late again." I shook my head. "You're not real. Real's just what stays after the laughing stops." He stepped aside, gesturing toward the bar. "They're waiting." Inside, it was full again. Men and women in dusted hats, miners with glassy eyes. A woman in a red dress perched on the piano. They all turned toward me, smiling like a joke had been told just before I walked in. I stood at the threshold. My hand found the coin in my pocket. It was vibrating faintly, humming like a tuning fork. The bartender spoke over the music. "You can't keep walking out, Elias. Tabs get heavier when left unpaid." "I don't owe you anything," I said. My voice sounded small. "You owe what you took." "I didn't take anything." He smiled without warmth. "You took the sound, Elias. The laughter. You carried it with you. You let it live in your world." The crowd nodded, smiling in eerie agreement. Someone began tapping a glass with a spoon, slowly, rhythmically, like a metronome counting down. "What happens if I pay?" I asked. The bartender lifted a coin from his vest pocket. My coin. The engraving shone silver bright. "You stay," he said simply. "You join the chorus. And if I don't?" He leaned in close. His breath smelled like smoke and iron. "Then you make your own table." The lights flickered. The air shimmered, and for a split second, the saloon changed. The laughter turned to screams. The people, those laughing patrons, were bones, half sunk in chairs, hands clutching glasses filled with black liquid. The piano keys moved on their own, hammering the same broken chord again and again. Then, just as fast, everything snapped back. The crowd laughed, alive again. The bartender winked. "You see," he said softly, "the laughing never ends. It just waits." I felt the coin burning through my pocket. My hand shot down before I could think, grabbed it, and flung it across the room. It struck the mirror behind the bar, and didn't shatter. Instead, the mirror rippled. The reflection twisted, showing not me but the motel room. The same bed, the same wallpaper. Only now, someone was sitting on the edge of the mattress. It was me. The version of me in the mirror looked up. Hollow, face drawn like all the laughter had been scraped out of him. His mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. Then he smiled. And in the same moment, every glass in the saloon shattered. The laughter warped into shrieking delight, overlapping and rising, until it filled every inch of space. Hands clapped, feet stomped. Voices called my name again and again, each one in a slightly different tone. The bartender shouted over them, voice booming like thunder. "Drink, Elias." The glass appeared in front of me again, that same amber liquid, gleaming. My throat ached with thirst I didn't have. I reached for it, then stopped. The coin was gone. For the first time, the bartender looked uncertain. I stepped back. The laughter faltered, wavering. "You can't leave!" he barked, slamming a hand on the counter. "You belong to the sound now." "Then let's make it stop," I said. Before fear could talk me out of it, I snatched the lantern from the wall and smashed it to the floor. Flames burst instantly, climbing fast. The crowd screamed, not in pain, but in joy. They clapped and cheered as the fire ate the walls. The bartender's grin twisted, stretching unnaturally wide. "You can burn the wood," he said. "But laughter doesn't die, Elias." "Maybe not," I said. "But it doesn't have to live here." The heat swallowed his words. I turned and ran through the doors, fire spilling out behind me. The whole building roared, glowing orange against the empty sky. Outside, the desert stretched wide again, clean and silent. The saloon burned like a mirage, refusing to fade. I walked until my legs gave out, collapsing into the dust. When I woke, there was nothing left but ashes. No wood, no sign, no laughter. Just the coin, lying in the sand beside me. Its surface was blank this time. No date, no name. Just a faint circular mark where the engraving had once been. I took it, not out of want, but because some things don't get left behind. I drove until I reached pavement again, though I don't remember starting the engine. That was 3 weeks ago. I've tried to keep living. New towns, new hotels, work I can still half manage. But laughter follows me everywhere. In crowds, on radios, under the hum of fluorescent lights. Not always loud, not always near, but there, waiting. Last night, I went to a bar in Tosin. A normal one. Bright, loud, full of people. I thought maybe drowning the memory in noise would help. Halfway through my drink, the jukebox cut out. The laughter that rose up didn't belong to anyone in the room. It came from the walls, the glasses, the floorboards beneath my feet. I looked down at my table. The coin was sitting beside my glass, though I hadn't taken it out. A hand rested lightly on my shoulder. When I turned, the bartender from Ketter's Crossing stood behind me. Alive, solid, smiling like an old friend. "You see Elias," he said softly. The bar never closed. Then he nodded toward the stage at the far end of the room. A woman in a red dress stepped into the spotlight, microphone in hand. The lights dimmed, and her voice filled the air, slow and sultry, curling around my name. "One last round for Mr. Roan," she sang. "He always finds his way home." Everyone in the bar laughed. So did I. And for a heartbeat, just one. I couldn't tell if the sound came from me or from the thing still drinking through me. Now, every mirror I pass shows a different scene. Sometimes the saloon, sometimes the desert, sometimes a table with a single chair waiting. The glass is always full. The laughter's always warm. And my name, it seems, has never left the ledger. My name is Lila Fenwick. I am a field recordist for a small independent sound archive that collects rare and natural phenomena. Storms, geysers, bird migrations, the acoustics of forgotten places. My job is to find the sounds that people overlook and to preserve them before they fade. When I first heard about the windmill in the village of Fallowmere, I thought it would be one of those quiet, dying machines whose sails groaned once every few minutes in a breeze too thin to power anything. But according to the locals, the windmill never stopped turning. Not once. Not even when the air was still enough for dust to hang suspended. It was a curiosity that fit perfectly with my project. Perpetual motion in nature. I thought maybe it was a trick of physics. Crosswinds funneling through the valley, or a poorly balanced axle that spun from its own inertia. I didn't believe in the supernatural. I believed in sound. Falomir sat deep in the marshlands between two ridges, where fog moved like water and the reeds whispered, even when there was no wind. I drove there in mid-October, following a map printed from an old forum post about unexplained acoustic locations. It wasn't on any GPS database. The dirt road cut through black fields and pools of stagnant water that reflected the gray sky like tarnished mirrors. When I arrived, the village looked deserted. A few houses leaned against each other for balance, their roofs sagging under moss. The only sign of life was the windmill. It stood at the center of the hamlet, tall and pale, its sails rotating in slow, perfect rhythm, an endless, steady motion that didn't match the air around it. The reeds below lay still. My hair didn't move. Yet the blades creaked, slicing the silence with their slow, rhythmic groan. I parked the car near a dried-up well and unpacked my recording gear. The sound hit me immediately. Not just the creak of wood, but a deeper undertone, a sort of murmur. At first, I thought it was wind traveling through the gears. But as I adjusted my headphones, I realized it carried an odd cadence, like syllables. The words were buried in the noise, faint and indistinct, but undeniably human. A man appeared on the porch of a nearby house. He was thin, stooped, and wore a coat buttoned to the throat despite the mild temperature. "You come to see the mill?" he asked. I nodded. "I'm recording it for an archive. I heard it's unusual." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "Unusual. That's one way to say it." His eyes drifted toward the sails, turning and turning. "You won't stop it, will you?" "I wasn't planning to." "Good," he said, almost sharply. "We've had enough trouble from people who tried." I started to ask what he meant, but he'd already turned back into the house, the door shutting like the end of a conversation. I spent the afternoon setting up equipment around the mill. Microphones, windshields, a small tripod, mounted recorder near the base where the gears met. The closer I got, the louder the low voice became. Not just a vibration or resonance, but a true whisper, as though someone were standing inches from the microphone. I made a note in my logbook. Frequency between 280-320 Hz, 2 structure for random noise. As dusk fell, fog rolled through the village. The houses seemed to sink deeper into it, leaving only the windmill visible, its silhouette cutting through the haze. I stayed there, watching it turn against a sky, the color of lead, until my hands went numb. When I reviewed the first recording inside my car, the audio levels looked strange. Bursts of consistent waveform where there should have been irregular noise. I played it back. The sound began normally wood, creaking, faint gears grinding, the steady whoosh of rotation. But underneath, a voice emerged. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was speaking, clear, slow, deliberate. At first, I couldn't understand the words. Then the pattern formed. A name. Then another. Thomas Green, Marianne Dorr, Edwin Pell. Each name was followed by a brief pause, then a faint sound like a gasp or a sigh. I rewound it 3 times. Same order, same intonation. The last name was Leila Fenwick, I froze. I hadn't spoken my name aloud during recording. I hadn't even written it near the microphone. For a moment, I thought maybe the villagers were playing a prank, broadcasting through a hidden speaker. But the sound came from the windmill's direction, pure and unprocessed. I stepped out of the car, heart pounding, and faced the structure. The sails continued to turn, slow and measured. I walked closer through the fog. "Who's there?" I called. The windmill groaned. Then, faintly, the air around me answered. Not in echo, but in perfect imitation of my voice. "Who's there?" I stood rooted to the spot. The fog thickened, swallowing the field. I turned off my flashlight, half expecting the sound to fade. It didn't. Instead, I heard faint footsteps behind me. Soft, deliberate. When I spun around, no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the engine running for heat and recorded from the driver's seat, pointing my microphone toward the mill. For hours, it whispered names I didn't recognize. Around 2 a.m., it began repeating a single phrase. They remembered wrong, over and over between rotations. By dawn, the fog had thinned, revealing details I hadn't seen before. Marks carved into the wooden base of the mill. Dozens of small symbols, shallow but deliberate, circling the structure like a script. I brushed off the moss and traced them with my fingers. They were initials, each paired with a number. Some of the numbers had been scratched out and replaced. That's when the old man returned, coat still buttoned, face as pale as milk. "You shouldn't stay another night," he said quietly. "Why not?" "Because the wind knows you now." He pointed toward the blades. "It keeps count." I tried to press him for details, but he shook his head and walked away. The villagers didn't come out that day, not one of them. I went door to door, but found only locked entries and shuttered windows. Still, I kept recording. It was my job. I told myself it was just superstition, a pattern recognition issue. Around noon, I set up near the rear gear housing, where a small opening allowed access to the interior mechanism. The air smelled of oil and rot. I leaned close and held out the microphone. That's when I heard it again, my voice. Not live, but as though someone was playing back my earlier recordings inside. Each word I'd spoken near the mill came back, layered and distorted, as if the machine were rehearsing me. When I moved the microphone away, the echo stopped. I pressed my ear to the opening. Inside, something moved, slow, deliberate scraping. I jerked back, heart racing. For the first time, I noticed that the sails weren't turning evenly anymore. The rhythm had shifted, quickening just slightly, as though the mill had begun breathing. I packed my equipment and told myself I'd analyze everything back in the city. But when I started the car, the engine sputtered and died. The gauge needle swung erratically, pointing to empty even though I'd filled the tank that morning. So I walked. The road that had led me into Falomere twisted through the marsh, barely visible between the reeds. I followed it for half an hour, before realizing the windmill was still visible behind me, still the same distance away. The fog had thinned enough that I should have been far past the village limits. But no matter how far I walked, the silhouette stayed fixed on the horizon, sails turning steadily. I turned back toward town. Maybe I'd missed a turn. The air grew colder, sharp and metallic in my lungs. When I reached the center again, the mill had stopped. For the first time since I'd arrived, the sails hung still. The silence was so complete it made my ears ache. I stared at it, waiting for movement. Then, slowly, One blade twitched. Not from wind, there was none, but from something within pushing outward. A low creak began, followed by a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. You stopped listening. The door at the base of the mill stood open. I was certain it had been locked before. Inside, darkness waited, breathing faintly. I stepped closer, microphone in hand, the recorder's red light glowing. The air carried that same murmur, the one I'd heard through the headphones. Only now, it was distinct, layered voices overlapping, rising from within the gears. They were telling a story. Not just words, but moments, their own endings, spoken through static. I heard a woman sobbing, a man begging, a child laughing too long. Each sound threaded into the next until it became unbearable. And beneath it all, a single mechanical heartbeat, the creak of the sails trying to move again. I turned to leave, but the fog had closed back in, sealing the road. Behind me, the sails resumed turning. Slowly, then faster, the windmill was awake again, and it was saying my name. By the second day, I stopped pretending I was just there to record a sound. I was documenting something that spoke. I didn't understand what it was, but the more I listened, the more it seemed like the windmill wasn't creating sound. It was translating it. I woke to the faint whine of gears shifting through the fog. The sails turned lazily, wet with dew, each rotation letting out a low, deliberate moan that carried across the empty marsh. I tried the car again. Nothing. The battery was dead now too. My phone had drained overnight, even though I'd switched it off. There was no reception anyway. I spent the morning moving through the village. It was larger than it had first seemed. At least 20 buildings, most collapsed into the earth. In the distance, I saw faint traces of an old signpost half sunk into the mud. The lettering was worn, but I could still make out part of a name: Falomere Parish. Ist, 1832. Inside one of the remaining houses, I found a shelf lined with jars of ash, each labeled in cramped handwriting: wind from February, wind from harvest, wind from before the flood. Dust coated the glass so thickly it blurred the words, but I could still smell the faint trace of iron when I opened one. The air inside hissed as if it had been waiting to escape. Something about that sound. It matched the pitch of the whisper from the windmill. I went back to the mill around noon, carrying only my handheld recorder. I wanted proof. Something I could analyze. Something I could send to my supervisor back at the archive. The sun barely reached through the fog, turning everything the color of bone. The sails spun slowly again. Not a breath of wind touched my face. As I approached, I saw new marks carved into the wood near the base, fresh ones. The initials LF followed by the number 2. I had only been there one night. The door I'd seen open the evening before was closed again, bolted from the outside with a chain that looked decades old, but faint sounds still pulsed from within. A slow rhythmic whisper that almost aligned with the turning sails. I set the recorder near the hinge and stepped back. The voice inside shifted pitch, almost as if aware of being heard. My name surfaced again, followed by a new phrase, one I hadn't heard before. Count the turns. The words came through like the wind itself spoke them. I turned my eyes upward. The sails moved with mechanical precision. One full rotation every 12 seconds. I started counting, partly to humor the impulse, partly because some part of me wanted to know what would happen. At the 34th rotation, the voice spoke again. 35. I froze. It wasn't correcting me. It was keeping pace. 36. I whispered. The windmill groaned. 37. I shut off the recorder and stepped away. The fog around the blades seemed to thicken, circling in a slow spiral that followed their motion. My skin prickled. Every instinct told me to leave, to walk in any direction until the ground beneath me changed. But there was nowhere to go that didn't lead back to that turning shadow. When I returned to the car, the interior smelled of salt. My recordings from the previous day had been corrupted. White noise laced with faint breathing. Only one file remained playable. In it, a voice, not mine, spoke directly into the microphone. Once you hear it, you join it. I sat in silence, staring at the windmill through the windshield. It turned endlessly, patient, precise. Late afternoon, the old man appeared again. This time, he was carrying a small wooden box. He placed it on the hood of my car. "You shouldn't stay another night," he said. "I can't leave," I told him. "The road won't go anywhere." He nodded as though that made perfect sense. "It hasn't gone anywhere for a long time." I gestured toward the box. "What's that?" He opened it. Inside were 6 small stones, each etched with letters. "Everyone who lives here keeps one," he said. "You take it to the marsh and throw it into the water before the sun sets. If the mill calls your name after that, you don't answer. That's all we can do." "Why?" He looked over my shoulder at the turning blades. "Because it's not the wind you hear." I wanted to ask more, but he turned and walked into the fog until he vanished. The sun never really set in Falomir. It just bled into the mist, fading to gray. I took one of the stones from the box and walked toward the edge of the marsh. The air there was heavy, pressing against my lungs. Frogs croaked somewhere unseen, their calls warped by echo. I threw the stone. It vanished into the murk without a splash. For a moment, everything was still. Then the reeds shivered, though no wind touched them. From somewhere deep in the marsh came the grinding of gears, metal teeth turning in mud. That's when I realized there wasn't just one windmill. Far out, half hidden in the fog, another set of sails turned slowly. Then another, smaller one beyond that. Each moved at a different rhythm, like hearts beating out of sync. I counted 5 before the fog closed again. Back near the village, the main windmill had stopped. Silence stretched through the air, thicker than the mist. Then the door at its base creaked open, just a few inches. Enough for me to see movement inside, shadows flickering like flame. The whisper began again, louder this time, closer. I raised the recorder. "Count the turns." The voice wasn't distant anymore. It was beside me. I swung around, expecting to see the old man. No one was there. The air, though, it was vibrating, trembling with sound. My clothes shifted as if stirred by breath. Count the turns. The sails started again, faster this time. The fog rose around the mill in spirals, drawn upward like smoke. I stumbled backward, tripping over the roots of a half-buried post. My recorder slipped from my hand, landing near the doorway. It kept recording, the small red light blinking steadily. I watched through the haze as something thin and long reached out from the darkness inside. An arm, or what had once been one. It was stretched too far, the joints bending wrong, the skin gray like parchment. The hand brushed against the recorder. Then the whisper shifted. 30. I ran. Branches clawed at my jacket, mud pulling at my boots. I didn't know where I was going. The road was gone again, replaced by more houses, some standing, some collapsed into the mire. The sail's rhythm followed me, each rotation echoing through the ground beneath my feet. When I finally stopped, I found myself back at the dried-up well. The fog parted just enough to reveal the mill, still turning, still whispering. But something had changed. The sails no longer matched their original pattern. The topmost blade now had something dangling from it, swinging like a rope. My recorder. Every 12 seconds, it passed by, glinting red. I thought of the old man's words, "It keeps count." My initials were probably already scratched deeper into the wood. That night, I sheltered in one of the houses, the air thick with the smell of mold and old grain. I tried to sleep, but every sound, the creak of floorboards, the drip of water, resolved into faint voices. Not the same whisper from the mill, but softer, more human. When I sat up, I realized I wasn't alone. 5 figures stood in the far corner, barely visible in the half-light. Their faces were indistinct, features blurred as though made of dust. They were murmuring to each other in the same low rhythm the sails made. I whispered, "Who are you?" Their heads turned toward me in unison. One stepped forward, light spilling across what might have been a face once. Lips cracked open, but the voice that came wasn't human. It was mechanical, layered with grinding wood. We kept recording. Then they were gone. I didn't sleep again. When dawn came, I went back outside. The fog was lighter now, revealing the full sprawl of Falomir. The other windmills I'd seen in the distance had vanished. Or maybe I'd imagined them. But the one at the center still turned, slow and certain. At the base, my recorder lay on the ground, returned. The light was still blinking. I picked it up and played the last track. My own breathing filled the speaker, sharp and ragged. Then, a woman's voice. Clear, close. She came to record the wind, it said. Now the wind records her. And underneath that, barely audible, a new name began to form. Not mine. Someone else's. It was counting again. 41. The fog lifted by midday, revealing more of Falomir than I'd ever seen before. It wasn't a village. It was a graveyard of them. Foundations jutted through the moss-like bones. I counted at least 3 different wells, half a dozen barns, and the ruins of a church so far gone its bell lay half, buried in the reeds. Yet through it all, the single windmill kept turning, quiet now, as though satisfied. I wanted to believe the night had warped my senses, that isolation and exhaustion had stitched a dream out of superstition and echo. But the recorder in my hand still blinked red, proof that something had spoken. I decided to go inside. The door hung crooked on its hinges, the chain gone. I pushed it open and stepped into the dim interior. The air was thick, wet, and faintly metallic. Every sound I made came back wrong, each footstep repeating half a second late, slightly distorted, like the mill itself was mocking me. The inner chamber was small and circular. Wooden gears filled most of the space, caked with dust and a dark resin that smelled like blood left in sunlight. The sail's motion above sent faint vibrations through the beams, as though the whole structure breathed with me. In the center stood a narrow staircase spiraling upward into shadow. I hesitated. I'd come for sound, not adventure. But curiosity has teeth. I started climbing. Each step groaned underfoot, wood shifting with age. The whispers grew louder. Not behind me. Not head, but within the boards themselves. The air carried traces of voices layered upon each other. Some murmuring, others screaming, their tones blurring until they became indistinguishable from the creak of the windmill. Halfway up, I found a shelf carved into the wall. Resting on it were dozens of metal reels, the kind used for old tape recorders. Each was labeled with a name and a year: Thomas Green 1907, Marianne Dorr 1923, Edwin Pell 1948. The same names the windmill had spoken on my first recording. At the end of the shelf sat an empty reel. Its label was blank. I reached for it. The air shifted, and a gust of warm wind passed through the narrow space, smelling faintly of salt and dust. The sails above accelerated without sound, spinning faster and faster. The whisper became a single, clear sentence, spoken directly into my ear. It remembers through us. I dropped the reel. It clattered down the stairs, striking each step like a heartbeat. The motion of the mill stopped instantly. The silence was so sudden it felt like pressure collapsing in my skull. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, slowly, the gears beneath me began to turn again, but backward. The sails outside reversed direction. A deep, grinding sound filled the chamber as the machinery shifted. The air grew heavy, hard to breathe. I stumbled down the stairs, the whispers now replaced by a low chant, a rhythmic pulse that rose from the floor. When I reached the ground, the floorboards were trembling. A seam had opened in the center, revealing a dark space beneath. I crouched, holding the recorder near the crack. The sound was clearer than ever, human voices repeating a single phrase over and over. Count the turns. Count the turns. And then, quietly, she's next. The boards gave way. I fell through into the space below, a hollow room lined with dozens of small wind-driven wheels. Each spun independently, powered by a faint current of air that seeped up from the earth. Thin wires connected them to the gears above, feeding their motion into the main mechanism. And at the center of the floor stood what looked like a human figure. It was bound upright with ropes that had long since fused to its limbs. Its skin, or what remained of it, was gray papery. Around its neck hung a crude, wooden placard burned with the words "The Listener." I stumbled backward, trying not to retch. The air was thick with rot. But as I moved, the figure's head turned toward me with a creak of bone. It wasn't alive, but it moved. The wind above shifted, the sails grinding to a halt. Then, faintly, the figure began to speak. Not with its mouth, but through the air vibrating around it. Its voice came from everywhere at once, flowing through the spinning wheels like breath through pipes. You came to record the wind, it said, the words shaped perfectly to my voice. Now you will speak for it. I clutched the recorder like a weapon, though it felt useless. What are you? I whispered. It didn't answer. Instead, the ropes began to unwind, one by one, falling limp. The figure's head tilted upward toward the ceiling. A current of air stirred, strong enough to lift my hair. The sails above began to move again, slowly, deliberately. And then the voice returned, layered and growing. They all wanted to know why it never stopped turning. Now they keep it turning. The floor vibrated under my feet. I ran toward the staircase, half blind from the dust. Someone moved behind me. The whisper rose into a chorus. 39, 40, 41. It was counting. Again. When I reached the top, the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the beams. I threw my shoulder against it until the latch gave way, stumbling into the daylight. The fog had almost cleared. I could see the edges of the marsh, the road winding out of town. It was the first time it had been visible since I'd arrived. I didn't question it. I ran. The road was soft, half swallowed by mud, but it led uphill toward the ridge. I didn't dare look back. The only sound was the creak of the sails fading behind me, slow and steady. By late afternoon, I reached dry ground. My phone flickered to life for the first time in 2 days. Service returned. I sent a message to my supervisor. Just 2 words: I'm leaving. He never replied. When I finally made it to the nearest town, I turned the recorder on one last time to check the files. There were exactly 41 of them, each labeled with a date and a name. The last one read Leela Fenwick. The file wouldn't delete. Every time I tried, the recorder froze, the screen distorting until the name bled across the display. When I played it, there was only one sound: the slow creak of the windmill turning. But beneath that, almost too faint to hear, a whisper counted upward. 42. I smashed the recorder in the hotel sink that night, breaking it into pieces, but the sound didn't stop. It lingered in the air conditioner, in the pipes, in the rhythm of passing cars. When I closed my eyes, I could hear the sails spinning. I drove home the next morning, trying to convince myself that sound was nothing more than vibration. That meaning was something the mind imposed. But even now, weeks later, every recording I make carries a faint undertone, the same low hum at 300 as. The wind speaks through it sometimes, shaping syllables I almost recognize. And last night, when I played back my latest field tape, I heard something new. A woman's voice, not mine. 43. The hum grew louder after that. It followed me into sleep, threading itself through the rustle of trees outside my apartment. Sometimes I think I can feel the air move in slow, deliberate pulses, like the sails are still turning somewhere, waiting for me to listen again. I've stopped recording wind. I've stopped going near anything that moves without reason. But silence doesn't exist anymore. Even in stillness, the world hums. A week ago, a package arrived at my office. No return address. Inside was a small wooden box, identical to the one the old man had shown me in Fallowmere. It contained a single stone etched with my initials, and a number. 44. I tried to throw it away, but every morning it's back on my desk. The hum in the room shifts when I touch it, aligning like a compass finding north. The other night I dreamt of the windmill again. Not ruined, not old, but new, shining white under a clean blue sky. People stood around it smiling, listening to it turn. And beneath the laughter, I heard it counting, slow and patient. I woke to the sound of something creaking outside my apartment window. A steady rhythm, 12 seconds per turn. I told myself it was a sign. Some ordinary mechanical pulse, a ceiling fan, a loose hinge. But the whisper that followed left no room for denial. Keep listening. I froze, every muscle locking. The air in the room thickened until it felt alive, pressing against my skin. My breath fell into the same rhythm as the unseen motion outside. 12 seconds. A pause. Then again, I forced myself to look out the window. There was nothing there. No wind, no movement. Yet faintly, I could see the curtains shift as if caught by a passing current. The whisper returned, soft but certain. Count the turns. I started counting before I could stop myself. At 12, the whisper said. 13. The glass fogged with breath that wasn't mine. That's when I realized the windmill had never been a place. It was a pattern, a rhythm that needed a listener. Each of us who heard it became part of the motion, and it's still turning. Somewhere, everywhere, in the hum of the refrigerator, in the ceiling vent above my bed, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. I can't record anymore. Not because I'm afraid, but because the microphones pick it up first. Every device I own clicks on by itself when the air changes, capturing a sound no one else hears. Sometimes I listen. The voice is calm now. Familiar. It tells the story again. Each death, each name, each person who thought they were only passing through Falomir. It speaks through me, steady and endless, and when I close my eyes, I can almost feel the sails turning. I stopped counting at 50, but the wind hasn't,